RESTful services team. Spring MVC and Spring RESTful services team. Course agenda. Number 1 team, Spring MVC. So introduction team. Next, Spring MVC architecture. Spring MVC architecture team. Next, Spring MVC A. How the XML approaches, how the Java config approaches. Both we will try to see team. Now fourth one, Spring MVC with the fourth one, Spring MVC with A. How to use web applications, how to use distributed applications. Fifth one team, there are so many annotations. Spring MVC annotations team, so many. Sixth one, once Spring MVC examples team. If you see, we are trying to see around these 20 examples. We are trying to see Spring MVC team. Around 20 examples we are trying to see Spring MVC. 20 examples we are trying to see is Spring MVC team. Once we are good with the MVC, now we will be started our applications like RESTful services team. This before going to start our RESTful services, what is introduction B? Introduction A, B. SOAP versus REST C. Now, what is now next one C. B. C. Jax B or architecture B. Jax B versus Jackson. Jax B in-depth team. Jackson. So these are the very important to understand RESTful web services team. Once you are good with this one, I would start Spring RESTful web services team. So now how to handle exceptions, global exceptions. Next one team, how to use your interceptors. Everything team. 11th one team. Now summary, examples on Spring RESTful web services examples. 12th one team, summary team. If you are okay, I would take FAQs also team at the end. Hope you are good with this course. If you are all are okay, now we will start. Now, what is this questions? Okay, you can ask a smart comp. Okay, you can ask your question, please. I would say the pre-requesting of this course is for Java is anywhere it is required team. Next one team, Spring servlets team. Next one team, basic knowledge on Spring Core team. Spring Core, to understand any Spring modules team, Spring Core is mandatory team. Spring Core is mandatory. Spring Core is the base module for all the Spring frameworks, all the Spring modules. So if you want understand any module in Spring, if you want to understand any module in Spring, Spring Core is the mandatory team. Spring Core is the mandatory team. Okay, now let's see team. Okay, next one. Next one team. Okay, now okay, let's see team. Next one. So now what is Spring MVC team? What is Spring MVC? Spring MVC is, it is the one of the module in Spring framework. It is the one of the module in Spring framework. Spring MVC is used. It is used to develop web applications and distributed distributed applications. What is web application? What is a distributed applications? Okay, I will explain to you. First, I will focus on web applications. So we can develop web applications using servlets, comma, JSPs. Okay, we can develop web applications using servlets and JSPs. Now, okay, question is why we should use Spring MVC to develop web applications if already servlets, common JSPs are 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 in place. Why we should use Spring MVC to develop web application if already servlets and JSPs are in place? Now, my answer is, so using servlets and JSPs, we can develop web applications, but developer has to write lot of boilerplate code. Developer has to write team. First half an hour team, you may get some okay, background team. Next, we'll jump into our okay, use cases, architecture, okay, examples, and okay, everything team. So develop web applications. Now here, developer has to write a lot of boilerplate code team. Developer has to write a lot of boilerplate code. Lot of boilerplate code team. Understood team? Lot of boilerplate code. No. So now here, do you know of anyone? Do you know of anyone? So how to read the data from the, what is mean by boilerplate code? Okay.
The commonly used logic is called boilerplate for
Yeah.
every application.
Yes. The code which is common for every common for all the classes is called boilerplate code. Now here, what is the common code here? The code which is common for all the classes is called boilerplate code. Is called boilerplate code team. Now my okay, intention is what is mean by boilerplate code. So hope you know basic knowledge on servlets team. Here you have a client, you have a server. Here it is a client. Here it is a server team. Client will send a request, HTTP request. Server will give you a response team. Send a HTTP request, process request, send HTTP a response team. Very important team. So now, so generally in the servlet, now here what kind of code would be there? See, whenever you got a request from your client, so I am writing directly method team servlets to get to do service. Here what kind of code is there? HTTP servlet request, comma, HTTP servlet response it would be there team. Now here what would be happened here? You have to write so much of code team. How so much of code you have to write? String username is equal request to dot get parameter of username. Request to dot get parameter of username. String password. Request to dot get parameter of password. Have to write team. You have to write so much of logic here. Like that, you should prepare your Java object team. So okay, if your project is required 10 servlets, you have to write in this logic in where in 10 time, okay, in 10 places team. See the code which is written common code here. Common code is convert your request data into Java object is the common code team. This code you are writing in every classes team. So what is the common code is, that is convert HTTP request params into Java Bean, into Java Bean team. Here is not only username and password. Here so many arguments will come. Okay, arguments means let's like here you will see. Here you will see here customer data, first name. It is a form data, last name. It is a address. So now here what you will do? You will extract the data from the your HTTP request, and you have to prepare the customer object here. Customer C is equal to new customer. Now here what you will do? Customer dot set first name. How it happens? Okay, request to dot get first name. So you have to write all this. Okay, means every request developer has the responsibility to write the code manually, to convert your HTTP request into Java object team. So almost for all the servlets team, developer has the responsibility to convert your HTTP request into Java Bean team. Suppose in our project, suppose in our project we will have 100, we will have 100 servlets are required, then 100 Java beans, 100 Java beans will be okay. 100 Java beans will be prepared by the developer. Will be prepared by the developer. 100 Java beans will be prepared by the developer. Prepared by the developer. Okay. Now it is the first problems with servlets and JSP stream. to write a lot of boilerplate code and and mixing of business logic and presentation logic. It is a problem number one. And problem number two, team. What is problem number two? In servlets, what is mixing of business logic and presentation logic, team? So now, point number one. So in in servlet class, we would write both business logic and presentation logic. So if developer want change any business logics or presentation logic, it is very difficult to modify the source code. It is very difficult to modify the source code. That means, okay, inside of this servlet, you will write your business logic as well as you will write your presentation logic stream. See, to overcome these two problems, team, to overcome these two problems. So now here, see, Spring has introduced a one module is called Spring MVC. Spring has introduced one module is called Spring MVC, team. Spring MVC. What this Spring MVC will do? What this Spring MVC will do? Number one. Number one, team. Spring MVC will remove the boilerplate code with the help of front controller. With the help of front controller. Spring MVC we will remove the boilerplate code with the help of front controller. I would say here front controller is nothing but dispatcher servlet. Now Spring MVC will separate will separate the will separate the business logic from presentation logic. Spring MVC will separate business logic from presentation logic. That means, what is MVC? MVC. M stands for model. V stands for view. C stands for controller. M stands for model. V stands for view. And C stands for controller. Okay, controller. So now, here view means it is a presentation layer. Model means it is a business layer. Controller means controlling the request. Okay. Now here see. Okay, let's see, team. Spring MVC will separation of business logic from presentation logic so that developer can change or modify modify the business logic without impacting on presentation layer. without impacting on presentation. Without impacting on presentation layer team. Understand team? Okay, without impacting on presentation layer team. Let's see. Now, third one team. Spring MVC is the one of the gang four gang of 4 design pattern team. Design pattern. So, do you know all Java design patterns was okay, developed by this four developers team. That's why gang of 4. They kept name is called gang of 4 team. And internally uses 3 design patterns. Internally uses 3 design patterns. One is one is strategy design patterns. Another one is observer design patterns. Other one is composite okay, design pattern. I would say the combination of these 3 design patterns is equal to Spring MVC. I would say this combination of these 3 design patterns is equal to Spring MVC. Spring MVC. Okay. So what is this strategy, observer, composite? This is not okay right time team. It will take minimum 2-3 hours, maybe 4 hours only to spend on this okay, design patterns. But I'm giving a heads up. Spring MVC okay, internally will be using these design patterns team. Understood team? Now here now. Okay, let's see team. Very very okay, important team. See all the request. So it is a dispatcher servlet, right? We'll start our architecture team. Before start of architecture, all the request, fourth point, all the request comes to dispatcher servlet, and it takes okay, help of. So first I will write okay diagrams team. Then okay will be okay, understanding okay easily team. I will start using one simple diagram team. Then you will be understanding okay easily team. Okay, without okay diagram, it would be difficult to okay, understand team. Let me start. Spring MVC architecture, or we can start here only. Now see team. Here you have a client team. Here we have a client. Client will send a HTTP request. Okay. Now please try to understand. Here I have a dispatcher servlet. Please try to understand. And handler mapping. What is handler mapping and all? Okay, I will explain practically. Please try to understanding Spring MVC architecture. It is called controller, view resolver. It is called view. Send a response to whom? Your client. Let us start now. It is a Spring MVC. First request will go to where? It will go to where? Okay, dispatcher servlet. It is called okay friend controller. Then it will go to where? Handler mapping. What is a handler mapping and all? Okay, I will explain. Here it is our application controller. Here it is a view resolver. View resolver. Here it is a view name. Okay, whenever a request will come from your client team, request will go to where? Here. From the okay, dispatcher, request will go to here. What is the job of this handler mapping? I will explain team. Okay, everything okay, I will explain. What is the job of this handler mapping? Okay, I will explain team. What is the job of handler mapping? Okay, I will explain team. Now, okay, step number two. Now, once it is okay, it will go to okay, step number three. Once it is okay, it will give okay responses. Something it will give a response. I would say at that time, logical name it will give. I will explain all this stuff team okay, okay practically. Just be on hold. I will explain all this stuff okay practically. Now request will go to view resolver. Based on the view resolver okay, response, the data will be okay, displayed on where? Here. View resolver will give something location. It will take that okay location. It will display the view presentation, send the HTTP response. It is a HTTP request. The HTTP request. Understand team? Now how to do, what to do, now we'll see practicality. If you understand in this, you are okay team. You will be understanding almost like MVC, but no problem. Two, three okay, examples you will be able to know. Then only okay, you will be understanding all this flow team. Otherwise, okay, don't worry. Two, three okay, examples, okay, you will be no steam. Then only okay, you will be okay, understanding okay, okay, everything team. Okay, don't expect okay, okay, even starting this okay, diagrams team, it will take okay, some time. Please try to okay, understand team. Okay, now see what are the components in Spring MVC architecture. What are the components in Spring MVC okay, architecture team? So the components are handler mapping, dispatcher and servlet, view resolver, controller, and view team. Now you have to understand what is the use of this handler mapping and okay, what is the use of handler mapping and what is the use of this controller and what is the use of this view resolver team. Okay, let us start. So if you understand this one, okay, nothing is there in okay project team. Okay, trust me, you can do it all. Okay, examples team. Now let's see. You can give 1 second team. 6, 7, 8. Now we'll see here. Spring MVC architecture. Spring MVC architecture team. Now point number one. Okay, point number one. Architecture. Spring MVC architecture. Spring MVC architecture has 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 five components. One is, I would say, front controller, which is acting as a dispatcher roulette. Very important team. Another one is handler mapping. Another one is controller. Fourth one is view resolver. Fourth one is view resolver team. Spring MVC architecture has five components: front controller, handler mapping, view resolver, fifth one view team. See now, again I am telling, if you are not understanding, no problem. At least you will see one example. Okay, you will be okay, able to know clear idea team. Please have some patience team. Now, first one, okay, dispatcher servlet. What it does team? It takes care of it takes care of perform common processing logic, that is boilerplate code, common processing logics that should be applied, to all the request team, that should be applied to all the requests, coming from, that are coming into our application, okay, it takes care of performing common processing logic that should be applied to all the requests that are coming into our application, so that means, next one team please, dispatcher servlet, I would say DS team. Okay, instead of writing, okay, dispatcher servlet, okay, dispatcher servlet, okay, will bind the bind the URL pattern, of URL patterns, URL patterns, URL patterns. Dispatcher servlet will bind the URL pattern stream like .htm, comma, star.web, star.htm, star.mvc, star.to, star.action, and so on etc. Means if any request will come from HTML or web or MVC or do or action, your dispatcher servlet will take care team. Okay? Okay, next one team. Okay, second one. So please, okay, try to understand team. It takes care of common processing logic that should be applied for all the request team. Means in your project 100, okay, 100 okay, request will come. What are the common logic for 100 request team? What are the common logic for 100 request? All the common logics are available in where? Okay, front controller. Okay, next one team, handler mapping. This is okay, responsible for to identify the handler mapping. Okay, helps in identifying the controller to be used for that request. Just try to understand. In my project, in my project, I have a 10 controllers. In my project, I have a order controller. I have product controller. I have customer controller. I have okay, uh, stocks controller. I have a different okay, controller team. Okay, if you want access this order, now here what happened? URL is slash order. URL is slash product. URL is slash customer. URL is slash stock. See, I never request will come how your okay, dispatcher servlet knows which controller it should be executed. So during your application startup, all the see the first the request will go to the dispatcher, request will go to handler mapping. Based on the URL pattern, handler mapping will give the response as a controller name. Your dispatcher servlet will returns the okay, executes that controller corresponding controller class. That means based on the URI, handler mapping will return controller name. Then dispatcher servlet will execute that controller based on the URI handler mapping. Handler based on the URI handler mapping. Handler based on the URI handler mapping will return the controller. Based on the URI, handler mapping will return the controller name. Then dispatcher servlet will okay, execute that controller. Dispatcher servlet will okay, execute that controller. Okay, now we are good. Third one, third one. I would say here handler mapping is nothing but request mapping. I will explain request mapping. Okay, next one team controller. Now here, okay, dispatcher servlet okay, takes care of common processing logics for each request and okay, response. But controller is used for processing the logic. Controller is okay, responsible for processing the logic to handle request. To handle request. Okay, to handle okay, request. Processing the logics to handle the okay, request team. Controller is okay, responsible for processing the logic to handle the okay, request. Now controller always will give logical name as the response. What is logical name and all okay, I will explain team. If you wait for some 10 minutes, okay, you will be understanding of everything team. The controller is okay, responsible for logical name as the response team. The next one, logical name as the response team. Dispatcher and servlet as the responsible to take care of common processing logic for each request of our application. Dispatcher servlet don't know how to perform specific logic in the processing the request. The programmer has the responsibility. I would say, if you go in this architecture, this controller knows how to handle the request, how to process the request of specific order, how to process the request of specific product, how to process the request of specific customer, how to process the request of specific customer. Dispatcher servlet logic is common processing logic for all the controller. Common processing logics for all the controller. Whereas whereas this controller has the responsible for specific, specific controller logic. So dispatcher and servlet don't know specific logic in the processing request. Programmer has the responsibility to write request processing logic for to handling the specific controller. Same like here, but controller is always written logical name. What is this logical name? I will explain to you. Now, fourth one. Now, next one team. Next one team. Fourth one team. View resolver. Very, very important. This view resolver is a simple team. I would explain later. This okay in depth. View resolver has the responsibility. It takes care of converting your logical name into physical name. Converting logical name into physical name. What is a logical name? Before that, number one, controller will returns logical name to dispatchers and servlet. Dispatchers servlet will send logical name to whom? View resolver. Let us assume that what is logical name? Logical name, logical name. Here logical name is success. Here logical name is success. What this view resolver will do? View resolver will convert logical name into physical name. That means, okay, hey controller, you are sending success. Huh? I would give physical name is success.jsp. Hey view resolver, your logical name is failure. Huh? Okay, physical name is failure.jsp. Hello controller, are you giving logical name is orders? Huh? I will give physical file name is orders.jsp. Understood team? This is the way how we should write team. This is the way how we should know. This view resolver has the responsibility to convert logical view name into physical view name team. Okay, that means once this controller will process the request, we will understand more. Once the controller will process the request, then send the response as logical name. Logical name as okay, logical name team. Okay, let's see. Logical name. Now here, see. Once this okay, logical name is done, logical name will give okay, input to whom? View okay, resolver. What this view okay, resolver job is? It convert logical name into physical name. It convert logical name into physical name. Okay, that's it. Once this physical name is called, I would say view. I would say view. Now here, what is view here? There are there are different views are there. There are different views. Like, so view means how to render. How to view means how to okay, rendering the data. Rendering means okay, displaying. How to okay, displaying the data. That is, you want okay, display the data. You want okay, display the data in PDF. You want to display the data in Excel. You want to display the data in web page. How you want to display the data is called view. You want PDF or Excel, or you want web page. How you want to display your data is called view team. How you want to display your data is called view. So today is okay, Excel. Okay, tomorrow means JSP. Okay, tomorrow means like a web page. Just you will modify your presentation logic only here. You should not change your presentation, your controller. Earlier all mixing in single. Okay, currently your view is in web page. Okay, if you want to convert your web page into your PDF. Okay, just you will modify into your view layer only. So if you want to switch from one technology to another technologies, you can switch only here in view layer. If you want to switch from one view technologies to another view technologies, another view technologies, then we can we can change only in we can change only in view layer. Okay, only in view layer. Now you are using JSP. You want to switch from JSP to team leaf. See, okay, if you want to switch from one technology to another view layer, happily, okay, you can switch team. Happily, you can switch. So, okay, you will be informed to view resolver. View resolver will take care to switch from this technologies to JSP to another technologies. Okay, that's it, team. This is what our high level architecture team. Now, high level architecture. Now, simple team, I would say request summary of the flow. Then we'll start our practicals. Request to team, client request. From client request to okay, request to flow will go to where? Okay, dispatcher and servletity. From the dispatcher, request will go to where team? Okay, okay, request will go where? Handler mapping. From the okay, dispatcher, again, dispatcher is only one here. Again, from the dispatcher, request will go where team? Again, from the dispatcher, request will go where team? View resolver. It is a resolver. What is a resolver and all? Okay, I will explain team. Now, once this okay, resolver is okay team, then okay, dispatcher only. Finally, it will go to Where team? View. I would say here common processing logics are available here. Common processing logic. Okay, summary team. What is common processing logic? Okay, I will explain team. Then flow will identify the controller. Here processing the logic and returns model name or logical name. Convert logical name into physical name. View. View means what format you want to display the data. What format display the data like PDF or Excel or web page or what, which is what. So if tomorrow, if you want to switch from one view to other view, if you want to change your only processing logic without impacting this view, you can modify the processing logic. Okay, team. So it is all loosely coupled team. There is nowhere okay, tightly coupled team. Okay, everything is loosely coupled team. Okay, everything is loosely coupled team. Now, stuff will start team. Okay, let's see. Please try to understand team. Example one, Spring MVC. Spring MVC. Just hello world. Okay, example. Hello world implementation. First team. Create Maven web project. Next one. Write web.xml. Right? Okay, web.xml. What is the common for all the request team? Okay, dispatcher only, right? What is the common for all the request team? Okay, dispatcher only, right? In web.xml we have to configure. Sir, I will provide both XML and annotations. Okay, everything, sir. I will provide both. Okay, okay, XML annotations. Okay, everything, sir. Please. Okay, now, sir, what is there here? Okay, number one, configure dispatcher servlet. For this smart, sir, how to route the request. I will explain in practical star MVC, star web, star actions team, please. So configure, okay, dispatcher servlet. Configure dispatcher servlet inside of the web.xml. Now, how to configure web app? I am not writing web app. Hope you know this basic one. Servlet, servlet name, servlet class, URL mapping, URL pattern. Here, servlet name, servlet class, Here URL pattern, servlet name, URL pattern. Basic team it is. Slowly we'll move into annotations team. XMLs no one will use now. Only for understanding. First example only, I will go with the XML team. All our next examples, I will go with annotation approach only team, please. Now, here I would use star.htm or star.mvc or star.do or star.action, all team. My servlet name is dispatcher. Servlet class is org dot spring framework dot web dot servlet dot and so on. Dispatcher servlet. Servlet name is this one. Now please try to understand team. So it is your web.xml. Whenever I called http colon localhost colon slash login dot htm login dot jsp login dot whatever it is star dot htm, right? Star means okay, anything team or star dot mvc or star means okay, anything team. Whenever hey, these are okay, extensions smart. Okay, extension means it may be you can go for a html or files okay, extension team. Okay, that's it. Okay, nothing is it may be supporting for star.html. It would be okay, supporting for star.mvc. All are your URL patterns okay, extensions team. Okay, if you are using studs framework, studs are star dot okay, actions team. If you are using a HTML, star.html team. If you are using a okay, different technologies want integrated with the Spring MVC, different okay, technologies URL patterns team this. So Spring MVC will be supports for multiple URL patterns team. Which URL pattern you will take, it's all up to you team. Okay. Whenever login.html will be happened. Now here what happened? Dispatcher servlet object will be created. Hope you know. That's why I told pre-requesting is servlets. I told very clear to understand this Spring MVC pre-requesting is servlets, sir. So whenever request will come from star.htm, dispatcher servlet object will be created. Dispatcher servlet object will be created. Please try to understand. Whenever will come like this, http colon localhost colon 8081 or okay, 8080 team. Every 2 hours break will be there. That means okay, 10 a.m. we will have a break team. 10 or okay, 10:15 we will have a break. Okay, 8081 slash login dot html team. Login dot htm. Login dot htm team. Whenever the statement will be executed. Now here what happened? Dispatcher servlet object will be created. Why? Here you are calling which one? star.htm. So who will create servlet container as the responsible to create the dispatcher servlet object, to create the dispatcher servlet object, to create the dispatcher servlet object, to create the dispatcher servlet object. Please try to understand. Now dispatcher servlet required for what? Handler mapping and controller and view resolver. How dispatcher servlet will knows handler mapper and view resolver and controller. So now next one, dispatcher servlet always look into, dispatcher servlet always look into, no, next one, dispatcher servlet is always look into, always looks for servlet name hyphen servlet dot xml file. What is your servlet name team? Can anyone explain? What is your servlet name team here? Okay, sn means okay, servlet name, servlet class. What is your servlet name team here? Team, what is the servlet name team here? Can anyone explain? What is the name of the servlet team here? Servlet name team, please. Servlet name, what is the name of the servlet team? Okay, dispatcher. Yeah, okay, dispatcher team. So this is a dispatcher. That means always looks for which file name? Dispatcher hyphen servlet dot xml file. Dispatcher hyphen servlet dot xml file. That's why next one is what is there okay, inside of a dispatcher? Okay, I will explain. Third one, right? Dispatcher servlet dot xml. What is there here? A configuration about handler mapping, comma, controller, comma, view resolver. Please go to unmute, please. Okay, dispatcher servlet is always looks for servlet name. Servlet name hyphen servlet dot xml file. That is dispatcher hyphen servlet hyphen dot xml file. That's it. That's it. Write this configuration about this controller, handler mapping, view resolver. Handler mapping, view resolver. What is there? How is there? I will explain team. Okay, I will explain all. I will explain. As of now, only configuration about handler mapping classes, controller classes, and view resolver classes. Okay, that's it. That means whenever this dispatcher servlet always looks for, always okay looks for I will show you the source code also, team. How the dispatcher hyphen XML. I would say here servlet hyphen okay, XML or whatever it. Now, once it will read this okay, dispatcher, what this okay, dispatcher servlet will do. Dispatcher, what this okay, dispatcher okay, servlet will do. Very, very important team. So, how to create the Spring containers? Basics. That's why I'm telling Spring Core is the mandatory. Application context is equal to new class path XML, new class path XML, application context, new class path of XML, application context. If it is okay, standalone application annotations means new annotation, new annotation config, application context. Please try to understand, team. This is for standalone application. Now, if it is web application, how to create it? It is the standalone applications. If it is web application, how to do it? Application context is equal to new XML web application context. XML web application context. XML web application context. New okay, web application okay, XML context team. Understand, team? So now see your dispatcher servlet internally it will created the object. Internally it will created the object of your okay, servlets team. So now here, now what will do your dispatcher servlet? Dispatcher servlet, okay, internally, if it is okay, XML, right? It will created the your Spring container. Who will created? Okay, dispatcher servlet will created the Spring container. Very, very important, team. Dispatcher servlet object will be created by servlet container, but Spring container will be created by whom? Dispatcher servlet. XML web application context. Here it is a Spring container. What is there inside of this Spring container? What is there inside of the your Spring container? In Spring container, we have handler mapping. In Spring container, we have controller. In Spring container, we have view resolver. Handler mapping. Controller. View resolver. Handler mapping. Controller. View resolver. View resolver team. Handler mapping, controller and view ఒక resolver team. Now, please try to understand. Hope okay, everyone is good here. Okay. Everyone is okay, good team here. Any questions team okay till now? Okay, everyone. Are we good team till now? Are we good team okay till now?
Sir, sir, for every
Yeah.
request, it will create a dispatcher servlet object or only one in singleton.
Yeah. Okay. Dispatcher is always a singleton for that request.
Yeah, singleton, but whenever second request come or third request come, so the same
Yeah.
object will be used or
Yes. Yes. Yes.
reused.
Okay. Yes. Same object will be created. Okay. Dispatcher is the okay singleton, sir.
Okay,
If you
okay, thank
see,
you. Yeah,
yeah, there is no processing logic is dynamic for okay, every request. As long as the okay, request okay, processing will be same for all the requests, it is called a singleton only. Okay. Now,
yes, okay.
yeah, now third step is done. Fourth step. Before third step, I would write it is third step. Write controller class. Write controller class. Why I shouldn't configure this okay controller class okay inside of the dispatcher servlet dot okay dispatcher hyphen servlet dot okay xml file okay dispatcher hyphen okay servlet dot okay xml file. That's why third step write controller class. Write controller class. So two ways you can write this okay controller. Either you can okay extend this controller or using annotations okay you can also write the controller okay implements this controller, or you can write the at the rate controller and okay you can write it, sir. It's all okay depends here how to write one simple controller. Public class, sir. Controller is an okay, interface. It is a predefined interface. It's not a user defined interface. What is the method here? Model and view, handle request, HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response. So your own okay implementations. Public hello world controller implements controller implements controller. Here you should write your override that method and write some business logic. It's some business logic. Okay, now okay next one. Okay, next one. Please try to understand, sir. Override that method and business logic. Now, what kind of logic you will write here? Beans. I'm closing this beans. Bean ID. Hello world. Class is equal to hello world controller. ID and class is equal to hello world controller. Bean ID. Hello world and class is equal to hello world controller. Class is equal to hello world controller. Hello world controller. Now, next one team. Please try to understand. So hello world controller. So here it is my logic. Here what logic will be there? Let's see. I will write. Sir, first example I am taking so much of time. Second example, no need of this much of time. Don't worry, I am slow. Don't worry all these things. First example, I am taking more time team. Okay, okay, second example. So I don't think so. Okay, this much of time. Okay, will not okay take, sir. Now here what you will do, model and view, MAV, new model and view, MAV, MAV dot set view name. It is called a logical name slash home. Return MAV view name it is done. Now here see. Never, so I never see this statement will be executed. Now here what happened? See, every class in our project cannot be called as a controller class. See, the since it has called by a dispatcher servlet, then only the class is called a controller class team. Okay. Now here what happened? Please concentrate, team. Please concentrate. Now what it would be happened? You are writing this one. Okay. During your application startup, it will read starting like a dispatcher servlet. It will load which one? This one. It will created the object of the controller. Same like here, you have to configure bean ID view resolver. All the beans you are specified here. Class is equal to fully qualified class of view resolver, handler mappings, and all you should be configured here. During your dispatcher servlet, you'll read this okay, XML file. What are the configurations are available in this okay, XML file? It will create the Spring container. It will create the all the beans, all the objects okay, inside of the container. Okay, inside of the container. Understand, sir? Please try to understand, sir. Please try to understand. Now here what happened? Now here what happened? See now. Once as long as okay you are clear in this, so now actual story will start. Now actual story will start. What is actual story? See now. Dispatcher servlet object is created and like a dispatcher servlet object is okay. Fine. Now once this Spring container object will be created here. Okay, inside of your handler mapping, inside of your handler mapping team, here you have it will maintain one table. What is the it will maintain one table. What is the request URI and what is the controller name? What is the request URI and what is the controller name? Slash hello world. Controller name is hello world. Now see, after creating this, it is a step one. Eight. Step one, dispatcher servlet object will be created during application startup. On step two, it will always okay looks for okay dispatcher servlet data XML file. On step number three, it will created the servlet container. Done. Till now we are good. Now step number four, your dispatcher send a request to whom? Handler map. Handler mapping team. This handler mapping will take the help of this configuration. If the request will be coming from slash hello, then handler mapper will give the return type is controller name is called hello. With the help of this controller name. So it will return what? Okay, controller name. This dispatcher will send a request to whom? Corresponding controller. Now we are good till now. We are good till now, team. Please, here actual story will started. That we'll see. See, team. What this controller will return? This controller will return logical name. Here, if you see, it will give view name slash home. First example, I'm taking more time. Second example, you will be an expert on this, I'm sure. Let's see. First example, I'm spending more time. Don't think I'm slow. No, here see, it is logical view name slash home, whatever it. Logical view name. Now, send this logical view name to whom? Internal view resolver. Internal view resolver. What this internal view resolver will do? It is something like this. View resolver is an interface. Internal view resolver is the class. What this internal view resolver will do? Internal resource view resolver. It has two attributes. One is prefix slash webinf slash JSP. Okay, now next one, suffix. Suffix means suffix means dot JSP. Internal view resolver is equal to IR is equal to prefix plus controller model name or logical name plus suffix. That means slash webinf slash JSP JSP slash home dot JSP home dot JSP. Please try to understand, team. So if you give your home as the input, your input is hello world. Output is output is this one prefix plus what is prefix slash webinf slash what is this slash JSP. Output is hello world dot JSP. Who will convert this? Who will convert this logical view name into physical view name? Your internal view resolver. Internal view resolver has always two things are there. One is prefix, another one is suffix. Prefix means these values are fixed. Suffix means these values are fixed. So this is called hello world dot JSP. This is the our view name. Our view name will render the data. How you want to render the data, you should know. That means here you have to prepare here internal view resolver in property prefix is equal slash webinf slash ASP suffix is equal always dot JSP. If you want JSP to other view layer, you can give that one. .html, whatever you want, you can change your internal view ఒక resolver. If you give logical view name to your internal view resolver convert this logical view name into physical view name. Send that physical view name to whom your dispatcher servlet. Send that physical view name to whom your dispatcher servlet. Please try to understand, sir. Now give this, okay, give this to this one. Done here. Okay, everyone is clear. Here what happened? Here it would give. Here what happened? Here it would give. Okay, your physical name. Here it is logical name. Logical name. Okay. Hope you are good. Hope you are good team. So now here what is this one and what is this one team. Hope you are good team. Okay, everything is good now. So how to do your project structure and all now we'll see practically. How to do your project structure and all now we'll see practically team. Now what is okay fifth one? Write JSPs under slash webinf slash JSP folder slash webinf slash JSPs folder. Understood, sir? Now, so this is what okay, how it happens. Now, sixth one, sixth one slash okay by NF write JSPs. How many JSPs okay you want? You can write hello world dot JSP. No, hello world dot home dot JSP. How many you want? Okay, you can write it here. What are the steps are required to develop the simple MVC applications? Second or third examples, I will replace this with annotations. I will replace this with annotations. You don't see anywhere your XML configuration in your code. I will explain what are the drawbacks with okay, XML. Why you should go for Java config. Okay, I will explain team. Please try to understand. Now, next one, done. Now here clear. Once it is all done, now build the application and build the application as where module. Now deploy the application. What is the project structure, sir? Project name, src main Java. Here we have star.java, src main slash resource. Here we have star.xml. Here we have star.xml. Here we have star.properties. Next one. Next one. Here is actual story will be started under webinf under src main along with src main Java. After src main, you have okay, src main web app also. Under web app, under web app, we have like web by NF. Under web by NF, we have like JSP. Under JSP, we have like hello world dot JSP, home dot JSP, and so on. Done. Here we have a form.xml. Now here whatever you want under under web app only you should add. You want anything like images, images, image, or you have anything here star.png, png, okay, images. Under web app you have like JavaScript. Okay, now you have like star.js and all it would be there. This is the way how it works. This is the way how it works. Understood, team? Or any questions, team? Okay, you can ask. Project name, SRC main Java, SRC main resource, SRC main web app, under SRC image. Yeah, this is our project structure, team. Now, under web by NF, you have a another one is called app.xml. You have app.xml. We have a app.xml. Understood, team? So this is what our project structure, team. So this is what our MVC, how the internal flow will work. Request one, dispatcher servlet object will be there. It will always looks for servlet name hyphen servlet.xml file, and it will give the request to whom. So it will created the servlet container. Okay, inside of the container, what are the beans are there in this XML? All the beans will be created. Once this object will be created, dispatcher servlet will send the request to handler mapping. Handler mapping will give the based on the URI. It will give the controller name. Dispatcher servlet will call this controller. Controller always will give logical view name. Why tomorrow if you want to migrate from your uh, here one business one presentation to another presentation, controller location should not change. Only changes will be applied in where your view resolver. If you give that logical name to whom, view resolver will take care to convert your convert your logical view name into physical view name. This physical view name again, okay, dispatcher servlet will okay display the data in the view layer team. View layer team. Now this is what theory team. Now after break, yeah, okay, okay, libraries and all, okay, I will tell here. Create maven abu project and add required dependencies in pom.xml. That means add, okay, I will doing, okay, project, okay, I will explain. Add, okay, required, okay, dependencies in pom.xml. While showing, okay, practical, okay, I will explain all. I will explain team. Okay, are we clear, team?
Sir, can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Means I understood. I understood the flow of the Spring
Yeah,
MVC, but I
yeah,
am getting a confusion on the handler mapping. Like a dispatcher servlet, we create a XML file like a dispatcher dot servlet dot XML.
yeah.
But the handler mapping, where it will define means I didn't get.
Yes, exactly. You are correct. In view resolver, we will not write handler mapping. Do you know how to write here internal view? How to write here this one? These two are okay, right?
Right,
How
sir.
this yeah, how this handler mapping will be in load means with the help of there is a some
Dispatch.
small configuration. This one, this entry will take care to load the handler mapping. Annotation driven. This line is used to it will it will create handler mapping object. Got it?
Means handler mapping component key,
Yeah,
means store the key as a hello world from this
yeah,
bean and the hello
yeah,
world controller as a value.
yeah.
Okay, means means this line of code beans to end of the beans is known as a handler mapping.
These are yeah. This MVC colon annotation driven will take care to create the handler mapping object.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. Since you
Yeah,
want handler mapping is an okay, interface. So many implementations are there. Simple URI handler mapping is the one of the implementation class that will take care to map this your URI to your controller. You want to know how this handler mapping will work internally? See, if you understand Akil, we are not using annotations. We are using in XML only enabled. In XML only we are using this one enabled Spring MVC related. Why means I will explain. Handler mapping is nothing but at the rate request mapping annotation. Handler mapping is nothing but at the rate request mapping annotation. How to enable at the rate request mapping using annotation driven. I will explain in after break, sir.
Yeah, sir, my question is, if multiple handle mapping, right?
Yeah,
If
yeah.
multiple handle mapping beans are complication in XML file, then which handle mapping bean is called for the dispatcher server, sir?
I will
Okay,
explain
thank you.
after the break.
Okay,
Okay. So, okay, I will explain.
okay,
Okay,
sir, thank you.
everything is clearly how the handler
Okay,
mapping internally will work, how to use this handler mapping. Everything I will give, sir. Okay, don't worry.
okay,
Let us see, team. First example, team for your purpose if you want how to create the project I will show you, but within 2 days it is very difficult to type all this manually, team. Still we have spring rest and all is there, that is the reason I have some okay predefined okay, examples, team. How to create a project means new maven project. Maven project you have to choose. It's not a simple project, it's a web app. It's a web app. It's a okay, web app, team. You have to know, okay, you have to know com dot group id, com dot synotech artifact id, hello world spring MVC 00, spring MVC hello world, spring MVC hello world, spring MVC hello world, team. Click on next, click on finish, team. Idiom packaging is here var team. It's not a jar, it's a var file. See, simple application. Packaging is var file team. Packaging is var file team. Please try to understand. Okay, packaging is var file team. Now here what happened? Packaging is var file. Okay, now okay team. Okay, let us see. Now here I need to add okay, dependencies means jars, okay, libraries. What jars are required here? Dependencies. All the jars I need to add. Go to the Google Spring Core Maven dependency. Any version you can use team. Spring MVC Maven dependency. See what are the jars are required team. Spring MVC Maven dependency. Go to here. Use either of the versions team. Copy this. So what are the required jars are required? Add all the required jars. So now just for showing one simple example team. That's it. Now here see. So here what we did in our example. Go for pom.xml. Spring core we have added. Spring context we have added. Spring web we have added. Spring web MVC. These four jars are required to develop Spring MVC applications. These four jars are required to develop Spring MVC applications. Spring MVC applications. Okay, let's see team. Now, this will internally bring so many other jars team. Okay, if you want to prove dependency hierarchy, Spring core is pulling Spring logging. Team, please go to mute. Please mute team.
सो के देखो सो जाओ
Yeah. Okay. Now, see, Spring core is depending on commons logging. Spring context is depending on Spring AOP, Spring Beans, Spring Core, again Spring of Expression team. Spring Web, it is pulling all. Spring MVC, it is pulling all. Understood team? So these are the okay dependencies are required team. These are the okay, dependencies are required to develop okay, MVC okay, application team. Develop MVC okay, application team. Okay, now let's see. Next one team. Go to write web.xml. See what I am writing here. Servlet name, servlet class, org dot Spring framework dot web dot servlet dot okay, dispatcher and servlet. So servlet name dispatcher. URL pattern slash means so it will use anything. Slash star HTML means it will load only HTML. Do not use slash star. JSPs will load as a plain text. So either you can use star.html, you can use star.mvc, you can use okay, do star dot action, but here I am giving only slash. It will allowed for any type of URL pattern thing. It will allowed for any type of URL pattern thing. Okay, team. Now, okay, that's good. Okay, next one, team. What is the next one? Please see. See, never request will come. Any URL pattern, dispatcher servlet object will be created. Any URL pattern team, dispatcher servlet object will be created. It always looks for whom? Dispatcher servlet name hyphen servlet.xml file. This one team. All are predefined namespaces. Component scan, base package, your controller class. So how it identify your controller class? With the help of component class. Now, enabled Spring MVC related annotations like at the rate controller, at the rate request mapping. It is enabled MVC driven. Now, it is internal resource view resolver, prefix and suffix team. So it is to assign the where your images, where your JSPs, default servlet handler for static resources. Without hitting your controller, directly you want executed this view name whenever in your home page, during your home page or landing page, during your home page or landing page, if you want to execute your classes, you should go for view controller path is equal to slash view name is equal to hello world static. This is thing you should note in. What this handler mapping will do, I will explain to you. Handler mapping is an interface. Okay, there are so many implementations are there. One of the implementation is called simple URI handler mapping. Okay, now here see. Understood team this one? Any questions on this configurations team? So here actually view name will be given by whom? Controller. View name or logical name given by whom? Controller. View name and logical name will be given by whom? Controller. Here, without going to controller, if you want to load any static pages, without controller, if you want to load any static pages, this line is used. This line is used to execute the execute the view name view name without without calling controller, without calling controller. That means generally we will be used to display static data while landing page. Generally we will be used to generally we will be used to display the generally we will be used to display static data while landing page. Display static data while landing page D. Okay, display static data while landing page. So this view name, this view name will be given to view resolver, and view resolver will convert into physical physical name. That physical name is called hello world static.jsp. Physical name is called hello world static.jsp. Physical name is called hello world static.jsp. Hello world static.jsp. Hello world static.jsp. So instead of we will hit to your controller directly during your application landing. So I am informing, please take this view controller which will be written the hello world static, which will be okay internally will your view resolver will take care to convert this hello world static is the logical name which will be converting into physical file name hello world static dot jspt. Hello world static dot jspt.
Sir, if we have multiple, sorry,
Sorry sir.
if we have multiple hello world static pages like about us, contact us, so in this means web.xml, not a
Sir,
web.xml.
those are called only you can write, yeah, whatever order you will write right here, that order will look
Okay. In this
execute
case,
your question.
okay, in this case, line number
Yeah,
34, we will write again for about us and
yep,
contact us pages.
yeah.
Okay.
Generally, those will be okay, HTML pages, sir, not JSPs.
Yes,
See,
yes, yes. Yes, sir.
so depends. Yeah, still, if you want load, okay, you can load. Okay, it's not a problem. Understood, sir. Okay. See, you are
Okay, sir.
informing. Yeah. See, here you have internal view resolver. Here you have a component scan. Hope you know Spring Core. How to work this component scan in Spring Core team. So, okay, okay, you will be able to know how component scan. That component scan will take care, sir, to identify this controller. Here is your controller here, sir. Here, hello world controller, hello world request mapping, sir. That's why we are providing here MVC is the one of the prefix of here this schema, sir. MVC colon annotations hyphen driven means please enable all Spring MVC related annotations. This at the rate request mapping is nothing but handler mapping. At the rate request mapping was nothing but handler mapping, sir. Handler mapping, sir. Done. See now, app.xml is done. Dispatcher servlet is done. Now, controller, whenever request will come slash hello world dynamic, it will first request mapping. The request mapping means handler mapping. Handler mapping and request mapping both are same, sir. You may ask in my controller, hey, I have two are there. Yes, no problem. I need, see, this handler mapping will give controller object only. Slash hello, slash hello, slash ABC. No problem. This is also will be if more okay, URIs are there, no problem. See, Request mapping is used to based on the URI mapping, it will give them controller object. Overall controller. It will give the controller object. Here also, okay, it will give the controller object. Here also it will give the controller object. Understood, sir? Here also
Hi,
it will
sir.
give. Yeah, please.
Yeah, yes, sir. Actually, having a small doubt here. So, like
Yeah,
when
please.
the request is coming from the browser, so first it will hit the web.xml, and from there it will check for the controller class. The dispatcher servlet is there, right,
Yep.
sir? So it will check for the dispatcher servlet, and based on
Yes.
the like JSP, we are having using some path, right? URL means slash of some
Hmm.
form name, right?
Hmm.
So based on
Hmm.
that one, it will check for the XML, and from there it will check the controller name, and it will hit the controller class. Is it the right understanding, sir?
So, okay. Let me explain again. So, okay, let me, okay, I will, okay, deploy the application. Okay, let me explain.
Sure.
Hmm?
Yeah,
I
sure.
will deploy. So, since I'm using plain MVC, it is a web application run as MVN installed. Either you can do it from here or you can go to your command prompt. Two ways we can build a Maven application. You can do it from here also MVN installed. Always you should go your pom.xml location. You should go your pom.xml location. From here you should run the application. From here we should run the application. Done, sir. Go to here, refresh, target. I'm copying. Here is my Tomcat softwares, web apps. Now I am starting this server, sir. How to start? New tab, start bat. Now Tomcat would be started, sir. Now Tomcat would be started, sir. Now, sir, see, I would explain. Go to your Tomcat 2021, manage app, Tomcat. Go to here, team. Go to here. Click on this. See, now here what happened? Whenever you called this, okay, execution steps, MVC application, execution steps team. What are the execution steps? Okay, step number one. Step number one team. during your application startup, are okay. When we hit the URL in the browser, using this one, during this one team. Now here what happened? It will looks for dispatcher servlet, and servlet will create the dispatcher and servlet object. Dispatcher servlet object will read dispatcher hyphen servlet.xml file, dispatcher hyphen servlet.xml file. Okay, dispatcher hyphen servlet.xml file, and so now based on the configuration provided in dispatcher hyphen servlet.xml, it will create Spring container. It will hold, okay, Spring container which contains handler mapping, controller, view resolver. Handler mapping, controller, view resolver objects. Handler mapping, controller, and view resolver objects. Handler mapping, controller, and view resolver objects. Since it is a static page, it came now. When I hit now, okay, when I hit slash hello world dynamic, so now when we trying to access the URI, access the controller using URI A, request will go to dispatcher and servlet, dispatcher and servlet, dispatcher servlet, request will go to okay, dispatcher servlet, dispatcher servlet will route the request to handler mapping, that is called at the rate request mapping. Now see, so handler mapping will give the controller name to dispatcher servlet, will give the controller name to a dispatcher servlet, will give the controller name to a dispatcher servlet, dispatcher servlet will call to controller. The controller will process the logic Controller will process the logic and give to controller will process the logics and gives to CTM and gives to logical name or model name. F, controller will send logical name to view resolver. Sorry, dispatcher servlet. G, dispatcher servlet will send the logical name to whom? View resolver. H, view resolver will convert logical name into physical name. Display the data in view. Display the physical file data in view. Got it, team? Or any questions?
Got it, sir.
Are we clear, team? Okay, everyone? Are we clear, everyone? Now,
Yes.
if I am trying to access slash hello world dynamic, flow will go to where? Here. Please try to understand. Flow will go to where? Here. Here is what happened. Here, request will come to here. I am added only name, Srinu Technologies. Return hello world dynamic. Here I am returning my controller will return to what? Logical name. To whom? Dispatcher. What this dispatcher servlet will do? It will give this logical name to whom? View resolver. What this view resolver will do? View resolver will execute a by nf prefix a by plus suffix plus logical name a by nf a by nf not here a by nf JSP. See, it is a prefix. Logical name means this one. Suffix means dot JSP. Hello world dynamic dot JSP. See, same HTML. What is there here? Hello world dollar name. Hello world dollar name. Dollar name means whatever you are setting to this model, you are getting as it is. Dollar name means this model name automatically will be displayed into here. Image means dot dot image because it is available here. Dot dot means it will be come out from the here. Okay, single dot means here, double dot means here. You have ST logo. That's it. You may ask, why can't we give this controller as a, what is the use of view of resolver? This is not recommended. Why? Tomorrow I want to switch from JSP to any other VI, other UI technologies. Instead of now I should change my logic inside of the controller. Instead of disturbing my controller, I will go to my view resolver. Instead of JSP, I will write some other technologies file to make as a loosely coupled. Always controller will give logical view name. Always controller will give logical view name. This logical view name will give to whom? Your internal view resolver. Internal view resolver will convert this logical view name into physical view name. That physical view name is this one. Are we clear, everyone?
Yes.
So here, whatever model data is there, as it is, we are displaying here. Whatever model name is there, as it is here, we are displaying here. Okay, now we'll see. Now we'll start. Now you got hello world. Name is Srino Technologies. Now image. Where is the image? Here is the image. I am displaying this image. Displaying this image. That's it. This is the first example of Spring MVC application. Everyone will tell any doubts on this example or not. Please tell. Any doubts on this example or not? Please tell.
Sir, could you please explain that add attribute method?
And yeah,
Attribute.
okay, this one add attribute, right? See, if you want display the data in your JSP, you can add whatever you want. Add attribute name, add attribute of name and designation, name and role. Name is equal to Srinu. Maybe my role would be I am the trainer of Srinu Technologies. Now here what happened? Go for here. Name. Hello world, your name. What is the role? You want to display the data. Whatever you are, okay, if you want to send data your view layer, you have to set to model only. You have to give here role name. Okay, it is name, it is role name. Understood, sir? So now we can give name. What is that name? No technologies. Now here role is the trainer. Okay, whatever it. So now what I would go to again. I should rebuild it. I should deploy it again. I'm stopping this my Tomcat. I will redeploy again. Ababs. Now go to here. Build success. Refresh. Target. MVC. Go to here. Ababs. Now again I am started my Tomcat. Started my Tomcat. Okay, now it is startup Dundee. See, hello world, Srino Technologies. Role name is trainer. Whatever you want to display the data, you should add into where your model. It may be a simple string, it may be object. So your model data will have a business data. This one you can display in inside of your JSP as it is. Got it, team? Team, are we clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This
Sir,
is
one question
attribute
here.
comes out. Yeah, please, sir. Yeah, please
Uh,
ask, sir.
regarding Hello
Yes, sir.
controller class, so there we have, I mean, when you are explaining, we need to extend, I mean, implement the controller interface,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. Instead of that, we are using at the red controller, sir.
Okay, that's a
This,
replacement for it.
yeah. This style of code is old Spring 2.x, sir. Just for understanding, I have explained this one. But
Okay,
now this also is not there. Okay, I will explain, sir, in market how it is using. I will explain, sir.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it clear? Okay, everyone, team.
Yes, sir.
First
In this
example.
case,
Okay, everyone.
yeah. Sorry, sir. Mm.
Yeah, please ask.
Yeah. In this case, means controller means handler mapping will give the hello world dynamic means view resolver and the model also.
Come again, sir, once, please.
When we request to hello world dynamic, it will
Hmm.
it will map with the handler mapper and pass to controller with the help with the model attribute and the hello world dynamic.
It will give only, sir, you are not understanding. See, handler mapper will give only controller name only. Controller will return. Here, I think here you may confuse both are same name. Here you can give hello. Even controller will give logical view name. This logical view name converting into physical view name. How? With the help of view resolver. Means in here you have to write, okay, instead of hello world dynamic here, you have to write hello.jsp. Sir,
The
please
view
ask me.
resolver, yeah,
Yeah.
view resolver will also means send the model attribute also. Means hello world dynamic is a means this method is returning the view resolver.
Now, view resolver job is it will take as a logical name converting into physical name.
Yes,
What is
yes.
logical name? Logical name is this
Hello,
one.
yeah.
It will give just to file name. It will give just to file name. That's it. This physical file name inside of this physical file name, what logic is there? It is a view layer, not view resolver. View resolver job is only to give the physical file name. That's it. Inside of this physical file name, how to read the data from the model object, this physical file name will take care. View layer will take care. View class. View resolver job is just to take the logical
File.
name of ABC and converting into physical name of abc.jsp. That's it.
Okay.
Sir, got it, sir. Sir, everyone, if you are clear, first example,
Yes, sir.
we will jump into second example. We will jump into
Yes,
our
sir.
second example.
Sir, how are we running this application? I mean, could you please repeat the steps? I mean, starting the Tomcat and
Yeah, see, sure. I will write. So now prepare this WAR file, sir. Okay, MVN clean installed. You got the WAR file. Copy this WAR file. Paste into Tomcat web apps folder. Tomcat web apps folder, sir. How to start the Tomcat? Go to Tomcat bin folder. Bin folder. Startup.batch file. Started Tomcat. You can directly double click on it. Okay, it will start, sir. But I am okay, instead of okay, every time double click and closing, I am going here. Whenever I want I can start, whenever I want I can stop. So it is started on which port number? 2021. You got the output, sir. Is it clear, sir? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, now okay, second example, sir. Very example. In your real time, okay, example 2. Sir, hope okay, everyone knows this flow. Everyone knows this flow. If you understand this flow, I can go any kind of like, examples now. If you are not understanding this flow, hope okay, everyone knows this flow. Okay, now, okay, next one team. Please try to
Yes,
understand.
sir.
Okay, next one. So, Spring MVC, XML with Java config, sir. Okay, XML with Spring MVC application, app.xml with Java config. What is mean by this? Sir, in your real time, no one will use this. No one will use this. Okay, XML, sir. Why? Drawbacks of okay, XML. Drawbacks of this okay, XML, sir. Number one. Now here see. Okay, drawbacks of this okay, XML is first drawback. Developer should learn XML language. It is very okay, difficult. Again, you should learn not only for okay, XML, sir. You should learn okay, XML. You should learn XSD. You should learn DTD. All this stuff okay, developer should learn, sir. So number two. What is number two? Okay, XML is not type safety. Okay, XML is not type safety. That means what is mean by not okay, type safety, sir? Why industry has moved from okay, XML to Java config? XML is not type safety, sir. Why? Instead of value, I will give okay, instead of string, I will give this one. Here is schema is there. Here, okay, instead of this value, I will give my own value. 1 second, sir. Yeah. Instead of this component scan, not this. Whenever you are preparing the objects, okay, instead of you can pass your own values, sorry, here also you can own, here also you can own. Your XML will not stop anything. Whatever value okay, you can write, okay, you can write, sir. Your XML will not stop you, sir. See, because okay, XML will not be as a compile time, it will not treat. Okay, next one. See, every time if you want to switch, here you have package. Where is the package? Go for your switching from Java to XML. It is okay, difficult to touch. You need to switch Java to XML. Is difficult. You know. Fourth one, sir. Conditional logics. Conditional logics. We can't write in XML. Conditional logic. We can't write okay, inside of the XML, sir. Conditional logics. We can't write okay, inside of the XML, sir. That means if it is okay, XML config, you can't write the logics like if if object is not null, then only this object is created. These kind of logics you can't write okay, inside of the XML configurations, sir. And also okay, XML, if you have 100 200 lines of like, XMLs are there, what is the guarantee duplicate lines you will write here and there? you will write here. Same duplicate object you may write here. Means no maintainability, sir. These many drawbacks is there with the XML, sir. Developers should learn again new technologies. It is not a type safety. It is not a type safety. Switch from XML to Java. It is very difficult. Conditional logic we can't write in XMLs. No maintainability and readability using XML, sir. No maintainability and readability using XMLs. To overcome all these problems, we should use Java configuration. We should use Java configurations, sir. I'm not explaining all this will be available in Spring Core, sir. All will be available in Spring Core. That's why you should be strong on Spring Core. If you are strong on Spring Core, it will be easy, sir. If you are strong on Spring Core, it is easy. So now my goal is replace this whole XML with Java config. Now my goal is replace this whole XML with Java config, sir. Replace XML with Java config. Replace XML with Java config. How to replace XML with Java config? Now we'll see, sir. I will show you practically. For safer side, I don't want all this stuff, team. How to replace this XML with Java config. I don't want these comments and all. Okay, if you want, we can add, it's not a problem. Hope whether you know or not. So no, that's what I said. You should be strong on Spring Core, team. If you are strong on Spring Core, you can understand easily everything. If you are strong on Spring Core, you can play the games like anything, team. I'm removing these comments to more for space utilization. Okay, team. Now let's see how to start. How to start to, let's see, team. How to replace with XML with Java config. First, you should write configuration is the annotation. Public class Java config. You can write MVC config. Okay, whatever it. Now, how to enable all Spring MVC annotations. How to enable all Spring MVC annotations. See, I should use @enabled MVC, which is equivalent to @enabled web MVC, which is equivalent to MVC colon annotation hyphen driven. MVC colon annotation hyphen driven. Now, how to replace with component scan? Component scan base package is equal to com.st.spring.mvc.controller. com.st.spring.mvc.controller. Okay, team. Now let's see, team. Let's see, team. Now next one. bean, public internal resource view resolver, get resolver. This is what replace your XML with Java config. Internal view resolver, internal resource view resolver is equal to new, so due to space issue, IR VR, due to space issue, IR VR, I am writing, sir. Now IR VR dot set prefix slash webinf slash JSP. IR VR dot set suffix slash dot JSP dot JSP return, okay, return resolver, IR VR. That's it, sir. That's it. So if you want okay, index kind of scenario, sir. Okay, how to write okay, index kind of okay, scenario. I told right while loading your application only, add view controller. So developer no need to learn the okay, XML, sir. Developer if know the okay, Java, he can understand easily if you go for this stuff. Registry. How to do registry dot add view controller, add view controller, registry dot set view name, set view name hello world static, hello world static, hello world static team, hello world static. Okay, now we'll see how to replace your XML. Still you have okay app.xml. Later we'll replace. Okay, next example we'll replace with okay app.xml also team. Okay, next example we'll replace with okay app.xml also. Now we'll see this beans is nothing but this one. This annotation, this will be nothing but this. Now this package is nothing but components. Understand team? Now this whole bean is nothing but this one team. This is equivalent to this one team. Understood team? So we are replacing our XML with Java config. Replacing our XML with Java config. So no more XML files in our code. Next example we will see how to replace okay app.xml also. First we will focus on how to replace your dispatcher XML with Java config. Any doubts, team here? Any doubts? Okay, any doubts, team here, please? Okay, any doubts, team? Any
No,
doubts,
sir.
team?
No, no, sir.
Yeah, good. Now we'll see, sir. So go for our second example. I'm closing everything, sir. So now we have only app.xml now. We have only app.xml now. We don't have any dispatcher servlet XML. We don't have any dispatcher servlet.xml. We have only XML files now. We have only XML files now. So there is Java config, MVC config. But see, extends MVC config adapter @enable MVC component scan internal view resolver. If any static pages and all, how to do configure default servlet handler enabled. Done. But here interested question is earlier in previous example, example 2, dispatcher servlet by default will be looks for dispatcher hyphen servlet.xml file. Now, now, now we don't have XML file. Then how dispatcher servlet, how dispatcher servlet will identify, will load, will load the Java config, will load the MVC config class. Answer is we have to provide explicitly, we have to provide explicitly, we have to inform, we have to configure manually, we have to configure, we have to configure manually, we have to configure manually in web.xml, so that we have to configure manually in web.xml, so that we have to configure manually in web.xml, so that dispatcher servlet will take care, so that dispatcher servlet will load that class MVC config class. Dispatcher servlet will load the MVC config class, will load the MVC config class. Now sir, see how to use. Go to your web.xml. You have a context param and init params. In servlet, init param and context param is there. Init param is used for only that servlet. Context param is used for all the servlets, star. All the servlets. See, during this application startup, your dispatcher servlets will created the Spring container. Earlier, by default, it will looks for your dispatcher hyphen servlet dot. Earlier, previous example, by default, dispatcher servlet will created the Spring container. Now you are informing it is MVC. If it is MVC means annotation config app application context. With the help of this application context class, the Spring container will be created. Inside of the Spring container, what are the beans are there? Controller beans, request mapping beans, or handler mapping, or view resolver. All the beans will be created inside of the Spring container team. That's it. Got it, team? Any questions, team? Shall I deploy this application? Is it working or not? Shall we
Yep.
see, team?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Nothing, team. We are replacing our whole
Yep.
XML with Java config. Okay, that's it. Let's see, team. Go to here, properties. I'm copying this whole up here. VN clean install. I stop my Tomcat. Let me start again. Go to my okay, okay, Babs. I will remove old one. Okay, second application. Is it build is done? Still it is not yet done. Done. My build is a success, team. Refresh, target, copy, go to a kebabs folder, paste it. Kebabs folder. No. Start your Tomcat. Okay, this is okay, deploying your application, team. It is deploying your application. Okay, done, team. Now we'll see how to access the my application, team. Slash hello world slash. I should pass the data. You will give that name is here. World dynamic. It will give to where? View resolver. View resolver of what it will do? This value will be executed and it will be printed. Second example. Now this is a static hello world. I want a dynamic team. How to do hello world slash see hello world slash Srinoti. Whatever name you are giving, this dynamic here it is display. See here whatever name it is giving, here it is displaying thing. Here it is displaying thing. Got it, team, or any questions, team? So now we are successfully completed how to migrate our XML now with the Java config team. Are we clear, team? Please, okay, respond in chat, team. Don't tell, okay, respond in chat. Got it, team? Or any questions, team? You can type it, team. Hope you are clear, okay, everything. Yeah, good. Okay, next one, team. Next one. Now, third example is very, very okay, important example, team. Spring MVC with no XML files. Generally, we have two XML files are there. One is dispatcher-servlet.kk XML. Another one is web.xml. Just now we did okay replacement of dispatcher-servlet. Replacement with Java config is done. Now, how to replace with Java config? Very, very important. How to replace with Java config? So please try to understand. So no more of XML files, team, here. No more of XML files. So question is without app.xml, without a app.xml, how the Tomcat, how the your web container can identify the servlets. Without a app.xml, how the web container can identify the dispatcher servlet class. Ready? No. Answer is we have a class is called servlet container initializer. Initializer. So when Tomcat start, please try to understand. When Tomcat start, it will looks for and Tomcat start, it will looks for f.xml. If f.xml is not found, then looks for if f.xml is not found, then looks for servlet container initializer. Looks for servlet container initializer. Okay. This will internally calls Spring servlet container initializer. Spring container initializer. Then okay, next one. So this will internally will call web application of initializer. Understood, sir? Now, next one. Abstract context loader listener. Now, this will all are top classes. These are all down classes are okay. Child classes. Then abstract dispatcher servlet initializer. Now next one, last one, abstract annotation config. Abstract annotation config. Annotation config dispatcher servlet of initializer. Please try to understand it. Now, in this class, do you have dispatcher servlet team? Please okay, respond in Teams chat. In this class, do you have this more okay, dispatcher servlet team? No, no, here, in this class. Dispatcher is available here. In this class, do you have a dispatcher?
No.
Please, no. In this class, you have a dispatcher? No. In this class, you have a dispatcher? No. In this class, you have dispatcher? No. In this class, you have yes. See, if you write, if you extend public class, okay, webbook config extends this one or this one, you no need to write any code. So here it will your tomcat because of this class of extends, 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 because of this class of extends. Please try to understand him. If you write the code this, so less manual effort team, less manual effort. Why? Everything will be taken care by whom? These classes. Because of extending these classes of these initializers, these classes will take care to loaded by tomcat and read the and create the dispatcher servlet object. But if you are writing this one, more control, more manual. You have to declare a dispatcher servlet in these classes manually, and you have to maintain that dispatcher servlet. Understood, sir? So that's why I always recommended to go for this one. So whenever you are extending this one, whenever you are extending this one, abstract annotation config dispatcher means this class will take care to create of the to taken care by startup of the application using tomcat, and also it will create the dispatcher servlet object, dispatcher servlet object, sir. Now see how to use here what kind of code, how dispatcher servlet object knows the location of the configuration. Here you have to write explicitly, sir. How to write explicitly here? Now we'll see practically. How to write public class get root config, get root config, get root config classes, return null, return null. Next one, public get root config classes, servlet config classes, return new class, new class, mapping MVC config.class, MVC config.class. Ultimately, your dispatcher and servlet object is required. Your configurations. No, last one. Public string array get servlet mappings. Get servlet mapping. Here, what you will do? Return new string, new string slash. That's it. Please check once. Same as your cap.xml are not in this code. See here it is a init param. Here it is a init param team. Understood team? So same as your cap.xml during your application startup. Please review it once. Please review it once. This code okay, done team. See now. Here it is. The dispatcher is always required configurations where the request handler and where the controller and where the view and OK resolvers are there. Those are available here. That's it. If you apply this, nowhere like XML in our project team. Let's see. This is MVC. Hope we know this one. Add view controller, add resource handler, internal view resolver. This is okay team. Component scan, enable MVC, all are good. The next one, application initializer. See team here. I will explain later this one team. Next examples. Get servlet config classes. MVC config class. Get servlet mappings slash this slash one. Okay, it will work team. Understand team. So this is way how see whenever you got this, it will extends. Okay, it will extends. Here abstract. Okay, dispatcher. This class will take care to create the dispatcher servlet object. Okay, now if you are okay extending this one directly, now here what happened? There is no dispatcher here. Developer has the responsibility implements these interfaces. Developer, you have to write code in like this. You understand, sir? Now here what would be happen? Now here what would be happen here? Now please try to understand. So if you write the code either this one or this one or this one, developer has the responsibility during your startup of your. I need to write the code manually of dispatcher and servlet is equal to new okay, dispatcher and servlet and all. We should write the code of manually. Whereas if you okay, extend this one, now here what happened? You don't need to worry. Your classes will take care to create the dispatcher servlet stuff, sir. Go to here. Done. Shall we deploy team? This one team. Okay, very well. Okay, shall we deploy team? Okay, this application team, please respond in chat team. If all are okay, we can okay, deploy team. Okay, Okay, team. Okay, respond in chat. Yeah. See now how to okay, deploy without okay XML files. How to run Spring MVC application. MVN clean installed. MVN. Okay. Let's see. Once it is done, I will deploy this application team. I am removing this one second example. Go to my here refresh. Go to here. Okay, team. Let us see. Still it is started team. See, it is creating your Spring container. See, your handler mapper of one of the implementation class is called simple handler mapping. Now done team. Now go to here. What is the output team? That's it. Is it clear team or any doubts team? Is it clear team or any doubts? Please team okay, respond team so that I would plan accordingly. Yeah, good sir. See, this is the way how replace your XML with Java config team. How replace your XML with Java config team. Okay, now clear. Okay, next one team. Okay, next one. Okay, next one. In your real time, what happened, you know? Okay, okay, example 4 team. In your real time, how the application logics in your real time, see, we have controller, we have service, we have DAO. In your real time, we have the generally of application flow would be team controller, service, DAO team. So now, please see. Now here what happened, you know? Please try to understand team. In your real time, what happened? DAO. It is your flow. A very okay, important team. Okay, next example. Spring MVC means See now, why I am writing this much of big, okay, you will be able to know. Now let's see. General application flow team. General flow. Application flow. But here Spring MVC means only here only team. Spring MVC means only here only. Spring MVC means is not like service, not like DAO. Please try to understand. Spring MVC means only in this one. I would say remainings are not MVC. Remainings are not MVC. Remaining are is plain Spring core. In your real time, what happened? In your project, if you have multiple containers, if you have this kind of flow is there in your real time, this will be moved into one container. Here, not only for DAO required transactions, DAO required data source, DAO required and so on. Other than the Spring MVC will move to one controller. I mean one container. So I would say this is also called as a parent container. Only Spring MVC stuff, it is available in one container. Only MVC. Only MVC related classes like text mapping, classes like controller, classes like internal view resolver. Only MVC related classes. Okay, it will be moved into another container. It will be moved into another container. That container is called child container. That container is called child container. Why? Why, sir? Please see. You may ask why it is required. See, sir, okay, very important in your real time. You may ask why it is okay happening. So now, why can't we move? This is see one container. This is another container. See, tomorrow, if you want to switch from Spring MVC to, if you want to switch from Spring MVC to other MVC framework, if you want to switch from Spring MVC to Struts, JSF, or any other, so your application changes would be only on controller class only. This class will not be disturbed. That is the reason Spring Framework guys has given a provision is, hey developers, if you want Spring MVC classes and non-Spring MVC classes is there. Non-Spring MVC classes will be created in one container and Spring MVC classes will be created in another container. That means now this is wrong, sir. Now here what is wrong? Here Spring MVC classes, non-Spring MVC classes. Spring MVC classes. Please try to understand. Spring MVC container. What are there here? Here, here we will have here here we will have request mapping controller and request mapping controller and view resolver. Here we will have service, DAO, data source, transactions, all will have here. Here you have a here we have a mapping because all are okay MVC, right? Handler mapping. Now here we have view resolver. Here we have handler mapping and view resolver. Here we have controller. You know, but here if you go to here Spring non-MVC container, how to do? So here we would have service, DAO, data source, transaction, service, data source, transaction, DAO, DAO. Okay, team. The next one, service, data source, DAO. The next one, team. Now here what happened? Now here what happened? Please try to understand. So my controller want to call to whom? Service. So it is very difficult team. So if you create two independent container, they can't share the objects team. They can't share the objects. See, if you create independent container, if we create independent containers, independent containers, then they can't share the objects. They can't share the objects. That's why we should go we should go hierarchical. We should go for hierarchical hierarchical containers. That's why we should go for hierarchical containers. We should go for hierarchical containers. Very very important team. Means this approach is wrong. If you go for this approach is wrong. Approach is wrong. If you are too independent, you can't communicate, you can't share the object from one container to another container. That's why we should go for hierarchical containers. How the hierarchical containers will be? their team. Now we'll see how the hierarchical containers will be their team. Let's see. Now here see. Here you would have here we have service 1, service 2, service 3. Here we have controller 1, controller 2, controller 3. Here we have handler mapping. Here we have view resolver. Here we have DAO. Here we have transactions. Here we have data source. I would say it is a one controller. It is a another controller. It is a another controller. It is a one service, service 2, service 3. Controller 1, controller 2, controller 3. Now the controller will talk to, it is called parent container. It is called a parent container. This is called child container. This is called child container. So child container always is able to call to parent container. Child container always can talk to parent container. Child container always can talk to parent container. Okay, now so here is a important thing. Here is okay important. Who will load this parent container? So in your real time, how this parent container and child container would be there, I will explain to him. I will show you. Point number 1. Context loader listener will create the parent container and also needs a configuration. Also needs a configuration. Now, parent container beans. Parent container beans cannot access any beans. Parent container beans cannot access any beans from child container. Parent container beans cannot access any beans in child container. That means from child to you can access parent, but from parent container beans cannot access to child container. Cannot access to child container. Now any beans from child container can access to parent container bean. Can access to parent container beans. Can access to parent container beans team. Hope are you clear team? So you can access from child to parent. You can access from child to parent. It's true. But you can't access from parent to child. Understood team? Means from controller to service you can access, but from service to controller you can't access team. You can't okay, access team. Understood team? Any questions please ask me. I am ready to okay help you team. Here Spring MVC example on parent and child container. Now here see Spring MVC related beans like like handler mapping, comma, request mapping, sorry, comma, controller, comma, view resolver will be controller, comma, view okay, view resolver will be created in parent container. So no, sorry, will be now here it is a will be created in child container. Okay? Child container will be created created by dispatcher servlet with the help of XML file or Java config. MVC Java config. Done team. Next one. Next bin. Next one team. Now parent container. Very important team. Non-MVC stuff, non-MVC, non-Spring MVC classes like non-Spring MVC classes like service, DAO, security, transactions, data source. Okay, non-MVC classes will be created in non-MVC classes will be created in will be created in will be created in parent container, will be created in parent container. Context loader listener is responsible for creating the parent container with the help of application context.xml. Sir, no one will explain all this at internals, sir. But still, we are explaining. We don't feel this is free workshops and all. Please try to understand how you are utilizing. It's all up to you. Okay, no. Okay, next one team. Next one. Next one team. What is the next one? So hope you know dispatcher servlet is responsible for to creating the child container. Node team. If there are any non-MVC classes present in your project in the class path, in the class path in the class path, dispatcher and servlet looks for looks for parent container. Dispatcher servlet looks for parent container. Parent container, if it is created, it is created, then only child container will be created. Then only child container will be created. Then only child container will be created. Understood, sir? Now we'll see how to do it. Now, if there are no non-MVC classes, okay, dispatcher and servlet will not look for the parent container. If there are any non-MVC classes are present in the class path, non-Spring MVC classes are present in the class path, then dispatcher servlet will looks for the parent container. If it is created, then only child container will be created. Understood, team? Now, next one. Now we'll see practically these examples, team. See, team, root context. First, we'll go for XML. Next we will go for Java config. Here in my project, I have controller, I have service. Now from controller, I am calling to service. Once I got the response from the service, I am set that response to whom? Model object. Display this response in where? My view layer JSP page. View layer JSP page team. Okay. Now see non-MVC classes. Annotation config, component scan, base package. Base package. Please try to understand. It, this has the responsible for to created the so here parent container. What is there inside of this parent container? Only service and DAOs are there. Here you have a DAO. Here we have a transactions. Here we have a data source. So non-MVC classes are available inside of the where parent container. So go to your code. Here you have a parent container. MVC one where is there? MVC stuff is available where? Here. Can anyone explain who will load the? We know tailed container how to load. You know who will load? Dispatcher servlet will load with the help of okay with the help of dispatcher hyphen servlet.xml or Java config means MVC config.java. Java config means MVC config.java. Java config means okay, MVC config.java. Java config means okay, MVC config.java. MVC config.java. MVC config.java. Understood? No. See now. So this is done. Is done. Okay. Now. So now this is will be hope you know, but this will be created by whom? Context loader listener. Where is that? Here. So listeners, context loader listener. I have given clearly context loader listener is responsible for to create the parent container with the help of application context.xml. Before creating like a dispatcher servlet object, it will verify if this listener is present in okay, it will the parent container is already created or not. If it is created, then only child container object will be created, else child container object will not be created. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, he'll go break at 1:15, sir. Okay. Okay, okay, he'll go break by 1:15. Okay, I will share the notes also. Okay, don't worry. Okay. No, see team. No, see here. Please try to understand, sir. Please try to understand, sir. Please try to understand. So now, so during your application startup, context loader listener will created the parent container. Dispatcher and servlet will created the child container. This context hierarchy also will be created. So your child container beans can access parent container. How to do it? Run as mbin installed. Refresh this one. Target, copy, paste. Now start your Tomcat. Start your Tomcat. Now here see. Next one, sir. This code will be same, sir. I'm not going to change anything with this code. Slash Srino Technologies. See, you got this. It is from the service code. It is from the hard code. It is how to do from the input. Whatever of input will come in model, I am assigning as it is here. From this service, what logic will come? I am assigning here. What logic will come? I am assigning. I am assigning here. Understanding. So this is the way how to execute it. This is the way how to execute it. Now, same I told right in our previous. Here we have two one. What is to root config? Here is your cap.xml. Here, here now root config classes. If you are replacing your cap.xml with Java config. You need to write two config classes. One is for root container, another one is called child container. How it is happening? Next example T. See, config, root config. Root config, nothing is there. Only service and DAOs are there. Root config, nothing is there. Only service and DAOs are there. That's it. Service and okay, DAOs are there. That's it. No. MVC config means you have all okay, MVC related classes are there. At the rate enable MVC, at the rate component scan, all your okay, MVC related classes are there. MVC related classes are there. These are the MVC stuff. MVC, these are the MVC stuff. Okay, now application of initializer. It is root config, it is MVC config. It is root config, it is MVC config. It is root config, it is MVC config. So root config will be created by your context loader listener, and MVC config will be created by dispatcher servlet. Application of initializer class load this root config, load this sorry, yeah, child container. That's it. Nothing is there here. Now see how to deploy your application. How to deploy your application team. Let's see it. Now I'm stopping my Tomcat. First I will build the application. Build the application. I need to deploy that only both parent and child container. Here MVC, okay, example on parent and using XML configurations. Now, fifth example is example fifth. Spring MVC, okay, example on parent and using Java configuration. Using Java config. Refresh, copy, paste. Go to here, start. Okay, now done team. Go to here. Is it started application? Yes. Go to here. Concept is same, output is same. Only the difference is configurations, how we are doing configurations. Hello world, Srinivas. It is from your service and how the response will come to. From service and how this response will come to. Got it, team? Any questions, team, till now? Any questions, team, till now? Any questions, team?
Sir, please explain annotation at the rate path variable. Sir,
That don't worry, I will explain here. In 10th and 11th example, okay, I will explain more at the rate path variable. At this stage, okay, don't worry. Okay?
Sir,
We have one, yeah. See,
based on
as of now,
annotation, it will
yeah, as of now, sorry, come again your question.
based on the annotations, it will be divided by container, child, and parent. Okay?
No, not annotations.
Okay.
Based on this one, controller,
Yeah.
service,
Yeah. At controller.
yeah, this one. Yeah, at the rate controller, service
Other
and
model.
DO, yeah.
Okay. Based on the annotations, it will divide the parent resource, service and
Yep, yep, yep,
okay.
yep.
Okay. Okay. Thank
Got it?
you. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, team. Okay, next one. Last example we will see, and then we could plan for lunch team in our real time. Sometimes in our project team. Example 6. Spring MVC, multiple dispatcher roulettes. Sometimes in our project, there would be a multiple dispatcher and servlets will be there team. So at that time, what happened? See now, multiple dispatcher. Every dispatcher servlet will create their own child container. Every dispatcher servlet will create their own child container. If two dispatcher servlets one means dispatcher servlet one, child container one. Dispatcher servlet two, child container two. Now, but parent container would be only one. In project, not. According to the project requirement, there will be many dispatcher and servlets would be there, but parent container is only one. Parent container is only one. This parent container will beans, parent container beans like service, DAO, data source, transactions, container beans will share to all the child container. In web.xml, we have to configure two dispatcher servlets with separate URL patterns. One dispatcher servlet will be taken care by MVC. Another dispatcher will be taken care by REST API changes. Let's assume that. If you use /star/MVC, talk to MVC, will talk to MVC dispatcher servlet. If you use /star/rest, will give REST dispatcher servlet. REST dispatcher servlet. That's it. Okay. REST okay, dispatcher servlet team. Okay, that's it. How to do it, how to implement it. Okay, it will take minimum. Let's see team how to implement it. XML config team, multiple dispatcher. Go for your web.xml. Oh, you don't have any XML. Java config root and multiple dispatcher. Here it is a root. It is a one parent container. MVC config means it is a one child container. Another REST config means it is another child container. Who will created this child container? Okay, dispatcher. Here, hello world. It is okay MVC. It is okay REST. What is REST and all I would explain. Here we have two controller. This is required one dispatcher. This is required another dispatcher. Service one, service two. Service one is called by MVC. Service two will be called by REST controller. Now, next one. Application initializer. It is our web.xml. It will initialize the request. If you see, observe, as I told here, if you want to create custom code, you should extend these classes. If you want to create automatically like a dispatcher servlet, you should go for these classes. Now, it is my custom requirement. I want to create more than one dispatcher. So I need to extend or implement these classes. I have to write my manual code here. See here, implements. Here I am creating this code. Previous example, directly I am using this one, means automatically dispatchers servlet object will be created. Now, if you are creating, okay, if you are okay, implements in these interfaces, now developer has the responsibility manually to create the dispatcher servlets. How? See the code. See how many dispatcher servlets you will created? Two containers. How to create dispatcher servlet? First C team. Annotation of application context. New annotation of application context. Context dot register. What you are registering? REST config. REST config means it is a one child container. Same story. Same story. Dispatcher servlet. It is a okay. Okay. Dispatcher is done. Annotation. Web MVC registered. Okay. MVC done. Rest is done. Means two dispatcher and servlets objects are created. One is MVC, another one is REST. But these two will be registered with whom servlet container. In web.xml also it has okay registered with the servlet container. Here how to register servlet registration. If the request is coming from slash MVC, MVC means MVC dispatcher servlet will be executed. Request will be coming from slash REST service dispatcher will be created. That's it. Now last one is for what? Load the your root context. I mean your parent container. Annotation config of application context dot register of root config. Once all it will be done, listener servlet context dot add listener. Adding this root context means this context loader listener has the responsibility to create the parent context. Okay, servlet container has the responsible to create the dispatcher, and okay, dispatcher has the responsible to create the to load the configurations, to load the to create the Spring container and load the configuration. All it would be done. Sir, are you clear or any confusion, sir? Please. I am implements web application of initializer because I need to write so much of code. See, I will write okay, step by step. Go ahead here. What is this code? This code is used to language Java. This code is used to annotation config web application context, created the Spring container, registered your Spring container with MVC config. MVC config means what? MVC config means config classes to be loaded. It is a MVC config means here child container will be created. It is the one child container will be created. Done. So now here what? Registered with child container with a dispatcher servlet. It is done. Now, okay, it is child container one. Now, what about child container two? This is for dispatcher for REST one. Here also I created MVC configuration, loaded into where REST config, loaded into where REST config. So this one I am giving to whom? Dispatcher. Child container 2 will be created. Who will execute this dispatcher? Servlet. Servlet only will created this object, right? How to do? Here only you will write it is a good instead of writing there. See, added MVC dispatcher to the servlet context and servlet mapping so that it will be created. Added REST dispatcher to the main servlet. Added REST dispatcher to the main context. So that now here what happened? So here also it is loaded for child container of REST. This one is given to a dispatcher. Why? Okay, dispatcher only will load this one. Being created by who? Servlet. Child container one is done. Create the child container and register with create the child container and okay, registered with dispatcher. And dispatcher will okay, registered with Boom, servlet. Two are done. Now last one, what is there? Root container will be created. Root container is required for what? Here create the root container, create the container and load root configuration and load root configuration. Add the root container to context loader listener. How to do this one? That's what team done. Okay, everything done. Any questions, team? You can ask. Now, let's see, sir. We will deploy this application. Then we could plan to leave. How to deploy? Example 7. MVN clean install. I'm stopping this existing Tomcat. I'm going into here. Depends upon the requirement. If you call star MVC, this one will execute. If you call star rest, this one will execute. Refresh, copy. Okay. Now let's see it. Okay, everything is started now. Seventh one. What I will do? I will do MVC slash MVC slash hello world slash. So I'm calling two services, service one and service two. From the MVC means service one and service two. If you go JSP, I am printing this three model value. Go to your JSP. See, service one return, service two return name. That's why here printing how many? Three values. If you give slash rest here, slash rest, slash hello world, that's it. You got simple hello world from REST controller. Hello world from REST controller. That's it, team. This is the way how to execute, multiple dispatchers into how to execute team, multiple dispatcher servlets team. All are clear, team? Any questions here, theory and everything, team? First half session, what we have discussed means introduction about MVC architecture, and we have started with MVC examples on wonderful examples we have seen, basic examples. So Spring MVC with XML approach, XML approach. XML approach means both web.xml and dispatcher hyphen roulette.xml. Next one, we have discussed about Spring MVC with XML and Java config approach. Java config approach. That means app.xml and Java config. That is replacement of dispatcher hyphen servlet.xml. Replacement of dispatch hyphen servlet.xml. Now, third one, Spring MVC with Java config. That means no XML files. No XML files. Both replacement of
Hi, sir.
web.xml. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. That is mandatory to go dispatcher-servlet.xml because earlier I wrote the application context.xml. That is also
Oh,
so that is
see,
mandatory. Yes, sir.
no, it is mandatory because if you see, if you want load, if you see here, please be unmute
Okay.
here. Mm, one, yeah, not first one here. Please go on mute. You might be forgot to identify this one. Okay, dispatcher will be available inside of this. Okay, by NF. Application contexts are available inside of here. Why? This will be loaded by whom? Your dispatcher servlet. This will be loaded by whom? Context loader listener. It is mandatory to write. I think you can you recheck once your project. Both XMLs are not available in the same place. That's why you forgot. You are overlooked into that. Got it? Okay, team, is your answer cleared?
Thanks, sir. I got
Hello?
it. Thanks, sir. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please go on mute. Now here, see, the replacement of. Please, Altaf, go on mute.
Yes, I'm going. I'm going.
Okay. No. Spring MVC with Java config. No. Okay, XML replacement of web.xml with Java config and replacement of dispatcher hyphen servlet with Java config. Servlet with Java config. Next one, team, Spring MVC with the parent and child containers. how the parent and child container will work team. We have seen okay this one also. Next one team Spring MVC with multiple dispatcher and servlets team. Multiple. These are the examples we have been practice in team in both. Here with XML approach we have seen how to use the with Java config approach also we have seen. Java config approach also we haven't seen team. Got it team?
Yes.
Continue. Okay. Now we are now continuing team. Okay. First day, second part team, second session. So now we are starting now. Please try to understand team. Hope you are clear of everything till now. I will share this notes team. It's all up to you how you will practice it or not. It's all up to you team. Now in your real time, what will be happening? Sometimes so it is a cult of questions. So cult of see these kind of use cases you might see in our project. Okay, XML. I have XML no xml. Depends upon the requirement. I have XML config team. See, only I have a dispatcher. Only I have a application. But earlier team. So XML configuration. Example 8. In our project, I have XML configurations with Java config. That means in our real time, I have what is the problem statement? Problem statement team. I have parent container and child container. So child container will have Spring MVC. Parent container will have non-Spring MVC. Now, how to load? How to load parent and child container without app.xml. So with the app.xml, you might be seeing parent container is loaded, is created by whom? Context loader listener. We have configured this manually in our XML file. We have configured manually this in our XML file. Child container is created by whom? Dispatcher servlet. This is created by whom? This is created by whom? Let's try to understand it. This is created by whom? Is created by dispatcher using here using application context.xml file, here using dispatcher servlet.xml file. Now done. But without okep.xml file, how to load? See, developer has to write manual code. Developer has to write manual code in in developer has to write manual code in the in the in our in the configuration class, the configuration class. So how to load? Developer has to write manual code in the configuration class. In the configuration class, how to load? See here, very very important team. First one, parent container will be load or child container will be load. Which one will be load team? First one, parent or child one. Okay, which one will be load team? Anyone can type in chat team.
Parent content.
Parent or child team. First
Parent
one, which
container.
container? Yeah, please okay, type it. Plain enough. Yes, exactly. What I'm trying to say here, this one team, this one I'm trying to do. Manual code I have to write here. Parent container. Since it is an okay, XML, web application context, root application context, new okay, XML, okay, web application context, root application context dot set config location class path, application class path of application class path of application class. Add this listener, add listener for root context loader listener is equal to new context loader listener root application context. So this servlet context dot add listener context would be available where servlet context dot add listener. I told right, if you implement sub application initializer, if you implement a web application like initializer, now what will be happen? You have to write this code manually. It depends upon the requirement, right? That's it. It is the parent container. Now child container. How these child containers are there? You have to load first. Same XML web application context here. Class path, dispatcher, hyphen servlet, child application context, child application context. Done. Child application context. See here we can give okay by NF. Okay, instead of this one by NF. Instead of this one okay by NF. By NF. By NFT. Okay, by NF. So now here dispatcher servlet. Same. Here it is context loader. Now here add this configuration to whom? Dispatcher servlet. Because who will created this dispatcher? Always like a dispatcher will be looking for this child container. After that, who will created this dispatcher? Servlet only. Servlet okay, register dot dynamic dot okay. Servlet context dot add servlet. Here add listener, add servlet. Dispatcher servlet. URL pattern is slash this one. See, my intention is we have a different use cases team in our real time. What is a different use cases? So no web.xml and we have configurations in XML file. How to handle it? So how to load these configurations? Earlier we are adding XML manually. Now if web.xml is not there, we have to write manual code of inside of this web application initializer. Manual code of web application of initializer. This one thing. This one thing. That's it. This one. Got it, team? Okay, everyone. Know how to develop this one, how to deploy. See, sir, who are asking again, okay, deployment, please let me know. First, I'm building my application. How to build? How to build? After building, I should go for my Tomcat softwares. My Tomcat software here. Please go for okay, Babs. You can keep this also, it's not a problem, but loading all these applications, it will take time. That's why I'm going into bin location. Bin. Copy. How to start my Tomcat, I will tell. And copy this my application as a WAR file. Copy into where? Here. Inside of the kebabs. Inside of the kebabs. Now you can start your application. Start your Tomcat. Start Tomcat. Tomcat server will be started. During your Tomcat server will be started. It will read the. It will start this application. See, okay, it will extract your WAR file. If you observe here, here dot var file is there. It will extract this dot var file into one folder. It will read okap.xml. If okap.xml is not there, it will read the class is called okap application initializer class. Please try to understand, team. See, you will extract. It will start reading of okay by nf. By nf, no, no and app.xml here. If it is not there, it will try to looking for in our class path. In our class path, is there any classes like web application or initializer class is available or not? This class file will be loaded. So started your Tomcat and okay, everything is done. Let's see, team, how to access the application. How to access the application, team. Please try to understand, team. How to access the application, team. Please try to understand, team. Now, here my controller is okay slash same example http colon localhost colon tomcat okay. Here go to here hello world dynamic slash name means like see hello world response from Srinu. That's it, team. So this is what. So we have a okay, different okay, use case like this use case also, team. We have seen okay, this one also, team. Next one. Hope you are good okay, till now. Good, team. Good okay, everyone till now. All good, team. Yeah. Srinu, any question? Parent. Can you ask Srinu? Okay, what is your question? Code for a second, sure. What code you want? This one, right? Yeah. Tell me, sir, what is your answer? Okay. What is your doubt? Sir, are we clear, sir? Yeah. See the controller code, it's a simple, yeah. You can check it. You can check it. What is there here? You can check it. You can ask, please. Yeah, yeah. Okay, team. Yeah, thank you, team. Yeah. Now, team. Now we'll see. Now here, see. The next one, team. What is the next one? What is the next one, team? See. Okay, important team. Next one. Next one, team. How to extract data from the URI. How to read the data. How to read the data from the URI. How to read the data from the URI, team. How to read the data from the URI. Now here, see, sir. I have a client. I have a server. Data from the URI. It is my Amazon.com thing. I would say it is a HTTP request. I would say this whole is a HTTP request. I will explain in depth what is a HTTP request and all. See, this HTTP request team after URI. See, I am asking only books. K is equal to books. See, this whole is called query string team. This whole is called query string. This whole is called query string. The data which you are sending, the data which you are sending after host name query string. After host name is called query string team. After host name is called query string. After host name is called query string. So means you are asking only books. This books will be now here prepared as a query string. But my URI is, see, how to extract the data from the URI. Sir, your URI structure is it is your HTTP request. If your URI structure is like this, but sometimes if your URI structure is like this means simple team. I don't want to write complex. Book ID. You can understand easily team. Book name. Here, book name. What you observed here? Can anyone guess? Both are URI only. What you observed here? Can anyone guess? Your client is sending data in the form of request to URI. Your client is sending data in the form of request to URI. So this data is in the form of query string. This data is in the form of query string. This data is in the form of path param. This data is in the form of queries. This data is in the form of path param. Path param. So when you should go, it is a query string. It is a path parameters. How to read the values from the path parameters? Right? Request to param annotation is used to read the values is used to read the values from the query string. How to read the values from the path param? It is used for the rate path variable is used to read the values from the path variables, path params. Read the values from the path variables. Understand, team? Please try to understand, team. Now we are going into see how to read from the web. If any data will be sending, how to read the values from the request param, how to read the values from the path variable. I will explain when you should go for request param, when you should go for path variable. I will explain thing. Now let us see. Let us see. See query params controller controller. See at the rate request param, at the rate request param. Name required is equal to false means it is optional. Required is equal to true means it is a mandatory. At the rate request param pin code team model dot attributes model dot attributes model dot attributes. So you are sending name, all name, area name, all we are as a one string you are sending thing. That's it. And use request param better not to use, not to give closing at the end, because automatically it will take as a question mark team. If you observe here, it will take as a question mark. Don't use this one. Now done team. So these are the same team. I don't want to explain root config, parent config. These are the same. We have spent so much of time on this. Okay. Now good. So our goal is how to extract the data from the URI. So now we'll see. Nothing is required here. SRC main ABAP, JSP, dynamic JSP, all are good. See, let's see how to build the application. Second example also I will explain. I will deploy both at once team. MVN clean installed. I will stop this one. Second one also. How to read the values from the path variable. See, slash name slash path variable. First value will come. Path variable. Second value will come. Path variable. First value will come. Path variable. Second value will come. To extract the data from the path variable, you should go for @path variable. To extract the data from this here, you should read this @path variable of this one team. @path variable of this one team. How to extract the data from the URI as a path? As a path. Still we are seeing okay MVC team. I will explain more on distributed applications. At that time you will be able to understand and I should go for path variable and I should go for request to param. I will explain interested topic team. I would explain team. Okay, yeah. Let's see team. Let's see. So I would do okay deploy this both into okay, Tomcat team. Extract this path and queries. So it has started 10th only, still it is not done team. Let's see. Once 10th done, I will build okay 11th one team. Okay, now go ahead with 11th one. Now here 11th also is done. Refresh, copy, how to start. How to start. If you observe here, 10th example okay was loaded, 11th also was loaded. 10th example was loaded and 11th also was loaded. Okay team, let us see. Now done, all good. Go to your Tomcat. 10th 11th started to, both are static, good, but how to pass the data? Query string. Query string name, area, Hyderabad, pin code. See, hello world, name is equal to Srinu, area is equal to Hyderabad, pin code is equal to query string. In query string, input is optional. If you will not pass name, what happened? I will not pass name, what happened? What is the default name? Your name. Default name will come. Even default value also okay. Okay, will not pass. What is the default value of the string? Null. It will print as a null value. See how to extract the data from the query string. How to extract the data from the query string. Name is equal to Srinu or name is equal to Srinu Tech. All it would be available. If you go for here, path. If you go for here, path. What is this path? What is this path? What is this path? Now we'll see. What is this path? 11. Now we'll see. Path is nothing but slash dynamic name slash Srinu slash Hyderabad. See, you got the name comma. I am combining this both. I am displaying here. Hello world name space Hyderabad. Good, but in path variable we will not pass a name. What happened? You will get 404 error. That means in path param okay, input is the mandatory. It we extract the data from the URI. We should use at the rate data from the URI. We should use at the rate request param and at the rate path variable. At the rate means query string. At the rate request param is used to extract the data from the URI, extract the query string data, extract the query string data from the URI. Extract at the rate request param is used to extract the query string data from the URI. URI. Okay? Now, okay, next one. In query string, input params, in query string data is optional. If you will not send data in query string, data is optional. If you will not send data in query string, data is optional. If you will not send data, then default value will come. Default values will come. Path params. At the rate path variable is used to extract the data. The rate path variable is used to extract the data from the path data, extract the URI path, extract the path URI path data from the URI in path params. Data is mandatory. If we will not send the data in path params, data is mandatory. If you will not send the data, then 404 resource not found error will come. then 404 resource not found error will come. In path param, data is mandatory. If you will not send 404 error, if you will not send 404, then if you will not send the data, then 404 resource not found error will come. 404 resource not found error will come. Resource not found error will come. Understand, team? Hope you are good team. Or any questions? You are good team or any questions, team? All good team? Everyone team? Please respond team. Okay. Did you get it team? Okay. Please respond. Are you good or not?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now okay, let's see team. Now we'll move to other stuff team. What is other stuff? What is other stuff team? Now we'll see. What is the form params validations? You have a form team. Simple form. You have a form data. Let us see. Let us see how to send the data in the form of this form data. Simple form it is. You have, instead of this, I will place into, we can understand easily. See, forget about all this UI and all, HTML and all, we are good. String context path, request dot get context, context path slash sample slash form. That means it will execute it. The flow will be coming to here. So what are the values are available here? Label name, label for user label first name, last name, area name, pin code, weekday. These are the simple form data I have. So okay, simple form data I have. If the data will be a success, it is a true. If status is equal to true, form processing successful. Status is equal to false, form submitted has some validation errors. Form action, method is equal to post, all these conditions. CT, these are the CSS. Input type is equal to text. ID is equal to last name. ID is equal to first name. All good. Whenever you will give submit, flow will go to where here. It will read the data of your controller here. Here you have a form data. How many elements are there? First name, last name, area name, pin code, weekday. All are not null. If you send any value as null, it will throw an error. Pin code, minimum is 6, max is 6. That means length should be 6. If you give greater than 6 and less than 6, it will also give an error. Weekday, not null. Valid weekday. You can't give your own weekday. Okay, string. Let's see. So, binding result, validation result. If validation result has errors, then status is equal to false. If validation result has no errors, means this if condition will not be executed, then status is equal to true. In MVC, ultimately it returns what? Logical name. Your internal view resolver, what is the logical name of the file name? Sample form. It will execute it. What is there here? If status is equal to false, form submitted has validations. If status is equal to true, this one will be executed. That is what I am trying to show you. Okay. So here what you understood here, how to extract the your form data using model attribute. This data will be binding to which one? If any errors are there, binding result is the predefined class which will take care. If any errors are there, it will hold that all the errors team. It will hold the all the errors. It will display all the errors team. Okay. Now let's see. Let's see team. Now we'll see. Yeah. Okay. Now this one. How to extract the data from the body. So generally HTTP request to body will be sent in the form of HTTP request to body will be sent in the form of HTTP post method. HTTP post method. HTTP post method. Model attribute will take care to read the form data and bind bind into Java Bean. Bind into Java Bean. So during conversion during binding to Java Bean, if any errors found, then binding result will be executed. If any errors would be during binding to Java Bean, if any errors found, then binding result will be executed. Binding result will be executed, which will hold all the errors. It will hold all the error details. Understand team? Okay, now let us see. We'll deploy team. How to execute this form data? Refresh, target, Copy. Now go to here. That's it. I'm started my Tomcat. Oh, it is like this. Started Tomcat. Let us see how it happens. Okay, team. Okay, next one. See, next one, team. That is okay. Next one. See, please concentrate. Next one, team. Now, here, good. Go for this form validation. If I will give slash sample slash form, it will go to which one? Sample form. Sample form will be executed. If it is get means this one will be called. If it is post means this one will be called team. Now, see team. It is a simple form. Srinu Tech, Hyderabad, 5 lakhs 18. I am giving less than 6. You got error. Form submitted has errors. What is errors? In SOP we have printed errors. See, we are printed in the validation errors in the form data. Validation result dot get field errors. Validation errors in the form data. Field error object. Pin code. Rejected value. Code size must be 6. Okay. Now, if I give that one now, see, Srinu, pin code 18, Monday, form processing, okay, successful. No logs will be printed here. No errors will come. Only for form data would be okay, successful, which was printed here. Understood, team? Which was printed here. Any questions, team? Any questions, team, till now? Any questions, team? All okay, everyone. Any questions? Okay, everyone. Any questions, team? Everyone, team, please respond. Did you got it? Okay, till now? Did you get it, team? Okay, everyone. Okay, till now, team. Till now. Okay, everyone.
Yes, yes.
Good. Now, this MVC I am closing intentionally. We are closing this okay, MVC. Now, see, now, very, very important. Did you remember or not? Spring MVC is used to develop, very, very important, to develop web applications as well as web application as well as web application as well as web application as well as distributed applications. Web application as well as distributed applications. Now, these days, market, no one will be using, please, no one will be using, please, sir, please, no one will be using web application development will be Spring MVC is not using. Spring MVC is not using to develop web applications. So now, so instead, reason is since it is in Java, why? Why? Since because of below reasons. Because of below reasons. So it should be it should be now here. See, we need we need web container is required. Is maybe open source or license. Then second one, the processing time will take more. These of applications are not lightweight applications. So many of reasons team. So what this market is using JavaScript, MVC frameworks, MVC frameworks to develop web applications instead of Spring MVC. Some of the JavaScript MVC applications are one is Angular, another one is React, another one is Vue.js, another one is Angular, React, Vue.js, another one is okay. So Angular, React, Vue, all and so on. See in the market, these are the using team. You may ask, sir, why we are spending our time from morning to evening? See, this knowledge is helpful to understand distributed applications. That's why I took this course as a Spring MVC with Spring Restful Web Services. To understand Restful Web Services, to understand Spring Restful Web Services or Spring Boot, Spring Boot applications, okay, Spring Boot, okay, Spring Boot okay, REST APIs, Spring MVC knowledge mandatory. Spring MVC knowledge mandatory. Spring MVC knowledge mandatory. Mandatory. Now, please try to understand. So so now to develop distributed applications using Spring MVC, to develop means developing web services using either SOAP-based web services or REST-based web services. SOAP-based web services market stopped using them. Market stopped using this. Everyone will follow the REST-based web services team. So REST-based web services, we should learn because market is implementing this one. Market, most of the projects are using. Now here, most of the projects are using the. Okay, now ready. Are we ready, team now? So hope you got basic idea about the MVC team. You got basic idea about MVC, okay, everyone? Everyone team, basic idea about
Yes,
MVC.
sir.
Yeah, now we are good team. So we are good to start with RESTful web services team. Very okay, important team. Very important. We are going to talk about in depth all the concepts team. All the concepts. Let's see. RESTful web services team. Now, see, try to understand. I have a two persons team. Person A, person B. How these two persons can communicate with each other team? So this person A is calling hi. Person B is telling hello. Person A is saying hi. Person B is replying hello. Is replying hello. Okay. How this communication was happening, team? This communication was happening via through airwaves. Through airwaves, these guy words will be listened by B and B words will be listened by A. Got it? Through some airwaves. Okay. Now, similarly, I have two systems team. System 1 and system 2. System 1 and system 2. Now, please try to understand. Even a 10th class guy also can sit in the classroom. He should understand what is REST API. That is my goal. Please. Now, here it is a system A. It is system B. Now, system A and system B. Now here what happened? How to communicate these two systems, team? To communicate these two systems, compulsory some protocols are required. Communicate with these two systems, some protocols are required. Those protocols are TTP protocol, TP protocol, SMTP protocol. These protocols are required. It will give response. It will give response. Okay. System A and okay, system B team. System A and system B. Okay, please try to understand. So now, system A is trying to send the information. Hello, system B. My name is ABC. My qualification is XYZ. My name is ABC. My qualification is XYZ. My address is PQR. My pin code is this one. And my city is, state is, so please try to understand. You are sending data in this format to this system B. System B will slap like anything to A. He will give again left and right of anything to A. What he will give? Hey system A, what is this ABC? What can I understand with this ABC? Is your ABC is name? Is your XYZ is a address? How can I understand if you are sending data in this format system A? I can't understand this data what you are sending because this data is the unstructured data. If this data is not structured data, so I can't understand system A. I can't understand system A. Please send data in the structured format. Then what the system A will do? Okay, boss, no problem. I will send in structured way. How this structured way will be there? How this structured way will be there? Same data. Now, hello boss. My name is ABC. My name is ABC. And my qualification is XYZ. And my address is PQR. Please try to understand team. And my pin code is this one. And my and my and my city and my state. This is what how it is happening. City and state. Got it? City and state. Now this system A sending data in this format to system B. In this format to say 1 second. In this format to system B. In this format to system B. Okay, now next one. Next one. In this format to system B. Okay, team. Let's see. Now, system being can understand easily or not. Why? With the help of these tags. ABC is a name. XYZ is a qualification. PQR is a address. 232323 is not a mobile number. It is a pin code. XXS is the city. Is it able to can understand okay easily or not, team? Now, see, this is called structured data. This is called structured data. I can say the structured data is nothing but XML. This is called structure. Sir, I will explain what is XML, why it's go for XML. I will explain all. Please be on hold. Okay. It is called structured data. No structured data is an XML. If you want to communicate between two systems, you should have a structured data. That structured data is nothing but XML. That structured data is nothing but XML. XML. Understand? Now you will see. Now you will see. One more structured data. This one more structured data is nothing but, I would explain sir later what is all. Name, ABC, qualification, XYZ, address, pin code, comma, comma. Now, city, Hyderabad. Now, state, sorry, as per above, XXX, state, wait. So it is also structured data. You will be sending data in this format to Y system. Hey, you can understand, no problem. It is also a structured data. I would say the structured data is, so it is also structured data. So the structured data is nothing but JSON. JSON. I would say here also it is also called structured data. Data is nothing but JSON. Structured data is nothing but JSON. JSON T. What is JSON? How it is works? This JSON and all. Now we'll see practically. Structured JSON is structured data is nothing but JSON. JSON. Okay. Okay, next one thing. Next one. Okay, next one thing. What is the next one? So if you want communicate two systems, then the data should be structured data. You want to communicate to systems, then the data should be structured data like XML or JSON, so on. Are we clear, okay, everyone? Are we clear, everyone? Okay, everyone clear team till now? Please, okay, respond in chat team. Okay, everyone is clear? Good, good team. Now, XML, comma JSON languages are not specific to one technology. That is every technology like Java, .NET, PHP, Java, .NET, PHP, SAP, MuleSoft, and so on. Every technology developers should learn should learn XML and Java. These are not specific to particular technologies. These are not specific to particular technologies. Okay. Now let's see team. Now please try to understand. Now here see. I have developed one application. I have developed one application. Good. I have developed one application. This application came, what happened? Let's assume that this guy is a Yahoo guy. Yahoo company has developed one application. That application is called weather service. So later, what this weather service information will give. It will give input is city, output is it will give just simple like a temperature, weather like a temperature. Input is in city name, output is called like a temperature name. Okay, that's it. Now there are so many are there in the market. What are the so many are there? Yahoo. Here we have so many are there in the market. Amazon. This is one system. This is another system. Amazon, eBay, Flipkart. Yahoo guy is using Java technologies. Before web services, what happened, Amazon, and I log in into Amazon want to show the, based on the user location, user city, Amazon display the okay, temperature. Amazon okay, display the okay, temperature. Based on the eBay users, it will okay, display the okay, temperature. Now here see. Before in Java means earlier we are using developing Java. How? See what is like a distributed application? What is like a distributed application? Okay, Z control Y. Okay. First, okay, distributed application team. I would explain. Okay, what is like a distributed applications? There is a one object in one JVM, one object in one JVM. Please try to understand. Team. It is object team. JVM1. It is a JVM1. JVM2. JVM3. Here you have a object 1, object 2, object 3. There is a one object in one JVM is trying to access another object which is available in another JVM is called Java Distributed Technologies. There is a one object in one JVM is trying to access another object. One object in one JVM is trying to access another object which is available in another JVM is called Java Distributed Technologies. So now, please try to understand team. Now, see, okay, object is trying to each other, another object is done. But if you are trying to send this data, some confidential data will be there, card number, CVV number, expiry date and all. So, whenever you are sending this data to from one object to another object, some confidential data will be there. This confidential data, hackers will be there. Hackers can able to see this confidential data. So to overcome this, how to send data in confidential way, there are so many distributed technologies are came into the market. One is RMI, another one is EJB, another one is web services. These web services might be SOAP or REST-based web services team. Now, so using these technologies, we can send our data as a confidential way. Okay, now let's see team. Okay, let's see team. Now, if you use this here, you can use before a web services, we are using RMI and EJB. I don't want to talk too much RMI and EJB. But what is the drawback here, you know? If you are developing any applications in RMI and EJB, your Amazon should be write the client code in Java only. Your eBay should be Java only. Flipkart should be Java only because there is no guarantee all the organizations will use same technologies. My .NET client can't able to access this Yahoo. My .NET client can't able to access this Yahoo. So let's assume that another one is like Snapdeal. Snapdeal guy is using .NET, but the Snapdeal guy can't able to access Snapdeal guy can't able to access my Java application. So before this app services coming into the picture, so if you develop any application in Java, only Java clients only can able to access. If you develop any application in .NET, only .NET client only can able to access. If you develop any application in PHP, only PHP only can able to access. Okay. Before web services, if you develop any application, any distributed application, then only that technology, only that technology clients only the technology clients can able to access. See, because of this drawbacks is, please, because of this, what are the drawbacks? Please try to understand the drawbacks. I'm developing. See, these guys will pay in terms of crores. Amazon, eBay, Flipkart, okay, in terms of crores to this Yahoo guy to provide this weather information. But My business is restricting to only Java clients only. I can't provide my services to other than the Java clients. This is the problem. So we are losing the revenue, we are losing the business other than Java clients. We are only sell our product to only Java clients only. We can't sell our product other than the Java clients. We can't sell our product other than the Java clients. Other than the Java clients. Understood? Other than the Java clients. To overcome these problems, app services has coming into the picture. How? Now we'll see actual game will start now. To overcome this problem, app services has coming into the picture. See, to overcome these problems, okay, app services has introduced into the market. To overcome these problems, all the companies like IBM, Microsoft, okay, Sun Microsystem, Oracle, sit together, introduced a concept is called app services. Introduced a concept is called web services. Sit together, introduced a concept is called app services. Understood, team? Okay, everyone. Team, are you clear? Okay, everyone? Or any questions, team? Are you clear, everyone? Or any questions, team? Introduced a concept is called app services, team. Introduced a concept is called web services. Now, what is web services? We'll see. Very important. I'm moving into next paint. What is web services? Please. Now, there is a one organization, one company has developed one application. Let us assume that that application is maybe, let us assume that that application is maybe Yahoo only. You can assume that. Is guy using which technologies? .NET. Let us assume that. What is this service name? Other application. Whoever has developed this service, we are calling in terminology is called provider. Service provider. Service provider. Service provider. Please try to understand. Service provider. Now, here, now my Amazon guy, Flipkart guy, eBay want to access this application. Let's assume that Amazon is using Java. Here, this guy will be using PHP. Flipkart is using PHP. Now, eBay is using .NET. eBay is using .NET. Amazon, Flipkart, eBay is using .NET. No. Amazon, Flipkart, eBay. eBay is using .NET. Okay, now okay, next one. Okay, next one. Now here what happened? Okay, let's see it. These are called okay, different technologies, but how to access these applications to my this guy. Now here, see, very very important. Whenever this Amazon will provide this service, one second. Whenever Amazon this provide this service called provider, here is what happened. Other service, this guy is called Yahoo guy. Let's try to understand it. So here this guy is Java, this guy is PHP, this guy is okay, .NET. So this provider guy, if this guy is developed a service in soap based web services, developing this service is soap based web services, double SDL is there, rest based web services, Swagger is there. Is double SDL in the form of XML. Swagger is in the form of JSON or YAML. What is there okay, inside of this service name? Let us assume that this guy is how to write one simple service, public interface service. I am writing one simple thing in .NET. Let's assume that as IMPL implements other service. Here one simple method is called the request. Here you have to write okay implementation stuff. Write your okay implementation. Right? Okay, implementation class. Write okay implementation logic. Simple thing. What is there inside of this ISDL, WSDL? Please, very very okay, important thing. What is the definitions of your service? What is the interface name? All are like XML. Interface name and what is the input, what is the output, what is the definitions, what is the input and what is the output, interface name, input and output, interface name, input and output. Okay, and what is the now here elements, input and output elements, everything will be there in the form of XML. Interface name, what is the name of the interface? Will not have any implementation class. Interface name of the interface. What is the input name? Either request. What is the output name? Either request. Either okay response. Here okay input and okay, output okay, elements name. Input and output elements names. Element names. Input and output element names. Input and output element names. Okay. Everything will be there in the form of either XML or in the form of either JSON. This, if it is SOAP based web services, WSDL. If it is a REST based web services, Swagger. These details will be shared to all the consumers. Whoever is accessing our applications, it is called as a consumer. It is called as a consumers. See, by using this WSDL or Swagger, this guy will be prepared the request in which technologies? Java. Because Amazon knows in Java only. Prepare the request object in Java. So now I cannot send this request object to prepare this request object in which technology is Java. Prepare the request object in which technology is Java. Why? Amazon guys knows only Java only. Now, this Amazon is trying to send a Java request to your consumer. Sending a Java request to your consumer. And never. See, it is a Java request. If you are directly send your Java request, okay, let's assume that Yahoo guy will be using maybe .NET. You are directly sending request to your Java. This .NET guy can't understand what you are sending. At consumer end, some processors are there. These processors are converting your Java object into XML. Java object into either XML or JSON. SOAP based web services, okay, XML, REST based web services, JSON. Send this XML to whom? Your provider. At provider end. Provider end, what happened? You got received this, okay, XML. Okay, XML is not specific to any technologies. Provider end, what happened? You got this, okay, XML. At provider end, what these guys will do here, at provider end, convert this XML into JSON to request object. In which technologies? .NET. Why? These guys don't know Java. Here, here is a request object in, here is a request object in Java. But here is a request object in .NET. Java request object here, .NET request object. Now, this .NET request object is given to whom? Your client. This guy will process the request. Please try to understand, team. I would explain again and again. So it may take some time to inject into your brain. Please try to understand. Now here it is process the request. Why? This guy understand only .NET. This guy will give the response. Response. Which technologies this guy will give a response? Prepare the response object in .NET only because this Yahoo guy knows only .NET only. Prepare the response object in .NET. Prepare the response object in where? .NET. Send this .NET response object to whom? Your consumer. But your consumer is Java. He can't understand the .NET. At provider end, some processors are there. Your .NET object will be converting into XML or JSON. Send your XML or JSON to whom? Your consumer. At consumer end, some processors will be there. At consumer end, some processors will be there. Consumer can able to process only Java object only. What this consumer will do? So take this. What this consumer will do? Take this XML, convert this XML or JSON to Java object, Java object, Java object. Send this response object to whom? This consumer. this consumer. Understood, team? Now, if it is Flipkart, now here, do you think here, can you tell answer? Here, consumer knows, and here, provider knows which technologies consumer is sending, team? Did you understand my question? Is your provider, did the provider knows what technologies your consumer is using?
No, don't know.
No. Why? This guy is always okay receiving request is XML. Always sending response is okay XML. Your provider don't know what technologies your consumer will be using. Your consumer don't know what technologies your provider will be sending. Now, if it is Flipkart, now here what happened? I want to use if it is Flipkart. Same I should use in Flipkart. Same I should use in Flipkart. Now what happened? See here, prepare the request object in which technologies PHP at consumer end. Some processors will be there at consumer end. Some processors will be there. Those processors convert your PHP object into XML. Send XML to your provider. At provider end, convert your XML to Java object. Sorry, okay, .NET object, because this guy is the .NET guy. Your provider has the responsibility convert your XML to .NET object. Your provider will process the request, and the provider will always send a response in which technologies .NET only. Why? Provider don't know anything other than this .NET. He will prepare the response in which technologies? .NET only. Okay. Send at provider end. Some processors are there. Send this okay, response object to which one? XML. This XML will go again here. Convert your response of XML into PHP. Why your Flipkart guy can understand only PHP. Last one. Here consumer is .NET, provider also .NET. Do you need .NET okay, XML to .NET? Do you need okay .NET okay XML okay I hear okay XML to okay .NET team? Please okay respond. Do you need or not? All others, please okay respond team.
Need.
Do you need or not? Others please. Either it is correct or right, please okay respond team. No. Okay.
Need.
100% it is required, because this provider is sharing WSDL or Swagger. Your consumer don't know provider is using which technologies. Consumer has only this WSDL and Swagger. Consumer don't know provider is using which technologies. Consumer don't know provider either Java, .NET or PHP. Consumer only required either WSDL or Swagger. WSDL or Swagger. If he got the WSDL and Swagger, so you don't know whether your provider is using Java, .NET or PHP. So even though both are using same technologies, we are not sure what technologies my provider and consumer is using. Your eBay guy also has prepared the request object in which technologies? .NET. At consumer end, some processors will be there. Convert your .NET object to XML. Send this XML to your provider. At provider end, some processors will be there. Send this okay, XML to again .NET to XML. Consumer end, .NET to XML. Provider end, XML to .NET request object. Provider will process the request. Provider will process the request. Provider will always, he knows only .NET. He will give the .NET response. Convert .NET response into XML. Again, this XML will be converting into .NET response object. .NET response object. Go to this here. Go to this here. Understanding? That's it. Thing. This is what how it happens now. So irrespective here, provider don't know consumer using which technologies. Consumer don't know provider is using which technologies. Always provider will receive the request in the form of XML. He will convert XML into his own technologies, process the request. He will prepare the response object in his own technologies. And our outgoing, this guy will be sending also XML. Consumer will convert XML or JSON to Java object. Let us assume that. So let us assume that if it is both provider and consumer is Java. Okay. Let us assume that both provider and consumer is Java. Please try to understand. Please try to understand. Both provider and consumer is Java. Even as per our assumption, we are giving Java, but no, these guys don't know. So it is also, since we are Java developers team, we are assuming both are Java team. This guy is the provider. This guy is the consumer. So service name is whether service. Service name is whether service. Service name is whether service team. Service name is whether service team. Okay, let's see. Okay, next one. So you know what is input and output of everything. He will share the both are Java team, but we know Java, but actual they don't know Java. This guy may be Amazon. Okay, let's assume that Amazon team. Now here what happened? This provider will share the WSDL or Swagger document to whom? Consumer. Provider will share the WSDL or Swagger documentation. Now here what happened? By reading that WSDL, WSDL is in the form of XML, Swagger is in the form of JSON. By reading this Swagger and WSDL, he will prepare the request object. How the request object is there, I will tell you. He will prepare the request object. How the request object is there? See, request object. How the request object is there? Please try to understand it. The request is equal new the request. Plus, I am the Java. I should write code in Java only. Request dot set location Hyderabad. Set location Hyderabad. No. Request dot set. Okay. Location is equal to Hyderabad or something. And never. Now I want to send this request data. I want to send this request data to whom? My provider. How to send? And never. You are trying to send your request data to your provider at consumer end. Some processors are there. Your request object will be converting into XML. How this XML? Either service, either request, sorry, either request, location, sir, big elements are there. And since it is an introduction, I am writing small application, either request. Now, by seeing this code, can you tell it is a Java or it is a XML? It is a .NET or it is a PHP team? No. So convert this request object into XML. Understood, sir? Convert this request object into XML. convert this request object into JSON. This is XML, this is JSON. This is XML, this is JSON. Do you think by seeing this XML, can you tell it is a Java or .NET or PHP team? Please let me to our team. By seeing this XML, can you tell Java or .NET or PHP team? No. These XML data or JSON data will be sending to whom team? Your provider. Who will convert Java to object, Java to JSON? Okay, I will explain team. Please, okay, don't worry. So this same data will go to where? Your provider, either XML or JSON. At provider end, some processings are there. They will convert. At provider end, some processings are there. They will convert this request object into request JSON into Java object. Java object. If it is .NET, .NET object. If it is PHP, PHP object. If it is PHP, PHP object. Now done. Next one, sir. Please see it here. Here, this is called request object. Now, this is called request object. Send this request object. Give this request object to whom? Your provider. See now, for every request in web services, for every request in web service, for every request here, consumer end convert Java object to XML or JSON, and provider end convert XML or JSON to Java object. For every request here. Similarly, for every response, provider convert Java object to XML or JSON. Consumer end convert XML or JSON to Java object. For every request here, consumer convert Java object to XML or JSON. Provider end convert XML or JSON to Java object. For every response, provider convert Java object to XML or JSON. Consumer end convert XML or JSON to Java object. JSON to Java object. Understood team? Now please see. If you want same structure team, if you want follow, what happened? Okay, instead of request here, we'll go for a response team. Okay, instead of a request here, we'll go for a response. Here what this guy will be prepared team a response object. At consumer end, okay, response object will be converting into XML or JSON. This will go to your provider, sorry, consumer. At consumer end, again this okay, response object will be converting into XML or JSON team. That means see, if it is a response flow, he will process the request. He will process the request. Now, he will prepare the response object. He will process the request. He will process the request. He will give response. He will send the response object. Send the response object. Send the response object. Send the response object. How here a response object are there here? Send the response object. This response object at provider end, some processors will be there. See how to prepare the response object. Whether response is equal to new whether response. Whether response is equal to new whether response dot set temperature 30 degrees or okay, something. Whenever your provider will prepare the response, we don't know provider is using okay which technologies, but at provider end some processors are there. These processors will converting into either XML or JSON. Either XML or JSON. How this okay, XML and JSON structure would be there. Either response. Either response. The response. Now, okay, temperature. How much this okay, temperature would be? 30. Temperature T 30. Now here, what happened here? Here you should see if it is JSON, how it happens. We should go for temperature 30. Understood team? Done team. So these response are JSON will go to where your consumer. At consumer end, some processors will be there. These processors will be converting your XML JSON to again here Java object, again here Java object, again here Java object. That's it. I'm not writing all this stuff. Here, provider don't know consumer is using which technologies and consumer don't know provider using its technologies. What is meant by a service? There is a service irrespective of the technologies can able to access that service is called app service. App service is an interoperable. App service is an interoperable. There is a one service, okay, there is a one service which is enabled in the internet irrespective of the consumers, irrespective of the technologies consumers can able to access that service is called app service. Here app service is an interoperable. Interoperable means it is a mediator of all the technologies. Now here question is who will convert XML to Java object to XML? Answer is JAXP. Answer is JAXP. Question is who will convert JSON to Java object? Java object to JSON. Answer is Jackson. Answer is Jackson. Jackson. If it is Java, Jackson. If it is .NET, maybe .NET technology is also this kind of a framework is there. Maybe in PHP also, every technologies will have their own frameworks would be there. Sorry. Every technologies, their own frameworks would be there. Maybe .NET B will be there. Maybe a .NET will be there. Every technologies, their own binding frameworks are there. These technologies will be helpful to convert XML to Java object and Java, see their okay, technology object to XML and XML to their technologies object. If it is PHP, same here. PHP also may be a PHP and a PHP. It will be there. Maybe we don't know, because since we are the Java developer, we should learn only Java. We should learn only Java. If it is PHP, we should PHP developers should learn in how the PHP B will be there and PHP JSON will be there. Okay, team. Now here see. So since we are in Java, we should learn in where? Java technologies. So we should learn in JAXB and we should learn in Jackson. We should learn in JAXB and we should learn in Jackson. That's it. So .NET developers will learn .NET and PHP developers will learn in PHP stuff team. Got it, team? So this is what introduction about the web services. So we'll stop today. Tomorrow, first 1 hour, I will explain JAXB and Jackson. Next, I will start our Spring REST of examples, how the Spring REST of examples will work. Okay, team. Are we clear, team, first day? Okay, any doubts, team? Are we clear, team, first day? Okay, any doubts, team? Day one, any doubts, team? Hope you are getting of everything, team. Or okay, anyway, getting more, team. Please let me know, team. Okay, is it style of teaching is okay, or you want some fast, or you want some slow? I will give okay document, all document by tomorrow. MVC Web Service Architecture. Web Service Architecture. If you observe with these things, if you observe with these things, have you seen anywhere UI team here? Is your provider UI is there? Is your provider UI is required team? Okay, presentation is required for your provider. Consumer leave it. Provider is it okay? Presentation is required team. Team, those who are okay, active on okay, days, please okay, respond team. If you see our architecture of your web service, is your provider is okay, required team? Is your provider is okay, required this okay UI team? Because always provider is okay, receiving a request in the form of XML. Always provider is okay, receiving a request is in the form of okay, XML. Then is your provider is okay, required is UI? No. Provider is not required for any UI. That's why note, very very important note team it is. Note. So now web services can be developed in two ways. In two terminologies. Web services, there are two terminologies. One is service provider. Another one is service consumer. Service provider. One is service provider. Another one is service consumer. The service provider, to develop service, no need UI. To develop service, UI or presentation layer is not required, because always it is expecting, always it is okay, always it is okay, expecting, always it is okay, expecting input as either XML or JSON. Service consumer, service provider, service consumer. to develop service consumer may or may not require UI. May or may not require UI or presentation layer, depends on requirements. Depends on requirement. Now here see. May or may not require UI. It depends upon the requirement team. It depends upon the requirement. It depends upon the requirement team. Okay. Any questions team? Okay, you can ask me please. I'm happy to help. Any questions? Now here see. Now we'll start slowly team. Now we'll start slowly. How this happened, what this happened. Now we'll start slowly team. Let's see team. 1 second. Yeah. Now here see. Now that's why first our focus is okay, this one team. Next I will explain this one also team, how it works and all. Okay, I will explain this one also team. Okay team. Now next we'll see team. Okay, now next we'll see. So first stuff team, how to work with XML and what is a XML team. First we'll see some simple words team. What is XML? I have product. I have product. Simple team. Product ID. Product name. Product price. Description. Quantity. That's it. ID is equal to name is equal to price is equal to description is equal to quantity is equal to now. So first we will write some few small nodes team. XML L formed. What is XML L formed team? XML L formed means it should L formed means follow the correct syntax. Follow the correct syntax. That means number one, for XML only one root element. How many root elements team? Only one. For XML only one root element. How many team? Only one. For XML only one root element. For every start element, end element is mandatory. For every start element, end element is mandatory. See, start element, end element is mandatory. Now third one team. All XML elements are case sensitive. XML elements are case sensitive. XML elements are case sensitive means if the start letter is capital, okay, end letter also will be in capital. You can't write your own. You can't write like this thing. Okay, no. So now XML data should be XML data should be readable, readable or parsable, readable or parsability. So now here, now, this is simple about XML. What is mean by XB? Is it XML is a well-formed XML or not in this one? Can anyone explain now when compared with these rules? Yes, it is well-formed XML. Now, what is mean by JAXB? The process of converting Java object to JSON. The process of converting Java object to JSON. Java object to XML and XML to Java object is called JAXB. That means it is also called marshalling. Marshalling means the process of Java object to XML. Unmarshalling means the process of converting XML to Java object is called unmarshalling. XML to Java object is called unmarshalling. So it is my XML thing. It is my XML. Now, what is my Java class? Public class product. What are the properties? Private string ID, private string name, private float price, private string description, private int. Here we have setters and getters. Here we have okay, setters and getters. Now here what happened? See the process of converting Java object into XML is called. So it is my XML. It is my Java object. How to prepare Java object? Product P is equal to new product. Product P is equal to new product. P dot set ID. P dot set name. P dot. Please try to understand team. Hope you know how to prepare a Java object. If you don't know, I can't do anything. It is my Java object. I'm preparing Java object. I'm preparing Java object. If you know this basics, okay, trust me, basics are very, very important. If you don't know this basics, you can't do anything in the market. Okay, trust me. Okay, it is my Java object. Now, the process of now I have Java object, Java class, I have Java object. I should give this Java object to whom? Now I am doing marshalling thing now. What is mean by marshalling? Marshalling is nothing but Java object to XML. I am giving to my whom I am giving my Jaxb I am giving. How to giving Jaxb context is equal to Jaxb context dot new instance. I will show you all this practically. Don't worry. Context dot create marshaller. No. Context dot create marshaller. If you give if you give if you give context dot create marshaller, if you give Java object, it will give XML. It will give XML. I will show you how this XML and all. Let's see. That's it. I will show you practicality. POCs also I will give. What is unmarshalling? XML to Java. What is unmarshalling? XML to Java object. The processing of convert of XML to Java object is called unmarshalling. That means same code, Jaxb context, context dot create unmarshaller. Here input is XML, output is Java object. What is Java object here? Product is the Java object. What is XML here? Product.xml. Understood team?